direction or focus on climate tech? And that is a question that is going to be up and coming now soon, I think. So if we assume that we're going to be in the same circumstance, if we assume that the progress is going to be linear, then we are going to achieve singularity. In my opinion, I think there are going to be a lot of variables that are going to influence development. I also think that what is going to happen is this technology is going to move from being front and center to being pervasive, to being incognito in our lives. So what I think is going to happen is AI is going to be everywhere without you actually feeling it. This has happened in the early 2010s, so in the last decade, where AI was answering your questions, AI was telling you where to go from point A to point B, AI was suggesting what you should buy, AI was giving you the content that you're seeing, and you actually did not know that it's AI. At that point of time, it was Facebook and Google and Amazon and all of that. And today, the conversation has gone back to, oh, it's artificial intelligence, and there's this new thing coming up. It's been coming up for the last 50 years. I actually think we're going to go back to it being pervasive again, where it is going to teach your kids, it is going to answer your questions, it is going to do most of your work and increase your productivity, and it's going to be tools as names rather than it being artificial intelligence.
So you mentioned, of course, some of the big tech companies, be it Amazon, Facebook, Meta, Google, and so forth. And part of those questions are that the development is largely by private companies, and governments often are playing catch-up. We saw the session in the Congress this week where there was a conversation about AI and ChatGPT, and there was that disconnect between those asking the questions and those necessarily in the know or answering them. But there's the wider point that you can't delineate. There is that connection between what governments do, what private sector does, what technology is developed. So how do you ensure that there is the right regulation and oversight? And I know this is a question that's often asked, but I don't think we've come to an answer.
So I'm going to be a bit political in my answer, if you'll excuse me. And let me first tell you what we cannot afford to happen. So I think historically we've always been reactive. I've been saying this since 2017. We've always been reactive. Humanity has developed technologies. All these technologies were actually developed by the private sector, most of the times with government funding, but at times without government funding. So whether it's the airplane, whether it's the nuclear bomb or nuclear energy, if you look at it, or other things. What ends up happening is there is a moment that I would call the show of force moment, where you actually see something that happens that you did not expect happening. So in World War II, the nuclear bomb dropping, and you actually seeing the devastation and the force of this tool that humanity invented. With airplanes, it being the wild, wild west, people getting on airplanes, flying without really having any regulation until an airplane crashed into the Empire State Building in the 1920s. And then people started to say, okay, we need to have guardrails and regulations. We need to actually first upgrade the infrastructure, and second, actually put the regulation for the airplanes, because we don't want these flying devices to come and crash into our buildings, right? It was a foggy night, if I'm not mistaken, and the pilot did not really notice that there's a building in front of him. And many other technologies developed with that kind of rhythm. So development happening on its own without any oversight from government, maybe some probing, but not really oversight. A show of force where we're actually seeing this technology and what it can do in a negative construct, and then governments jumping in and trying to react. With artificial intelligence, I don't think we can afford to do that. And all of the efforts that we're seeing right now are on that front. Why can't we afford to do that? It's because I think AI has already done a lot of damage in societies. So if you look at social media, the echo chambers that were created because these tools are incentivized to make us addicted to them, to make us look at content that might not be positive, but content that will keep us on the platform, to get us to spend. Sometimes you can't afford to buy that product, but social media and these platforms actually push you to take that decision forcefully, but indirectly. So I would say we cannot afford to be reactive, but the way that we're currently moving is we are going to be reactive. The challenge that we have, and this is a challenge I'm facing in the UAE, is even if we were the most progressive, the most proactive country on earth, and put the best guardrails, and feel like we're safeguarded, if this goes off, on the wrong tangent in China or in the US or in the UK or anywhere else in the world, because of our interconnected digital space, it's going to harm our people here as well. So the way we have to be proactive here is that the world needs to come together and have a global conversation about this. And then bring the private sector as part of the conversation. It can't be just governments talking about this. And it can't be just the Congress in the US talking to Sam Altman or talking to Sundar Pichai or whoever else. It actually should be the world talking to this individual. And I'll give you an example. So if a country starts to enrich uranium to weapons grade, whether they disclose or not, the world knows. There are certain parameters, certain systems, certain mechanisms that allow us all to know, okay, we are concerned that this country is moving towards weapons-grade uranium. We need to have the same level of rigor, the same level of oversight on AI. That if it is going in the wrong direction somewhere, we are at least informed and aware. And it will require a global coalition to do that.
But is that possible?
Look, it is possible. I am an optimist at the end of the day. I think there are more incentives for it not to happen than for it to happen. But I do think that with people knowing more about artificial intelligence and using it more, like what's happening right now with the proliferation of LLMs, large language models, I think that it will happen. It's inevitable.
So I want to shift gear a bit to talk about digital economy and remote work. This is, of course, part of the thinking of the UAE, always about framing how do we ensure what's best there for our people, our residents, but also setting best practice that others then pick up. So when we often think about the importance of building a culture in a work environment and so forth, but the reality is remote work is now here to stay in a large part. How do you see it from kind of your vantage point of the workforce, the labor force in a digital economy and with remote work almost becoming an entitlement that most workers or employees don't want to give up? How do you balance that while maintaining a culture of a place?
So I am conscious that Elon Musk is currently deploying a war against remote work, and anything I say will be seen as me opposing his point of view.
I specifically didn't mention him, but thank you. That's what I was thinking.
Look, I know the trap when I see it. I know exactly why you're telling me to fall into this trap. It's going to make a great social media post. UAE minister says Elon Musk, da, da, da. But look, the reality of the matter is this. Remote work has been with us for a while. It's been with us across certain sectors. So, for example, if you look at journalists, across the world, they don't necessarily need to work in an office. What matters is the output and the quality of what they come up with and how it translates to certain metrics, whether it's clicks, reader base or influence or whatever it is. Coders, if we look at the software side of the world, coders were working remotely for many years now. Okay, some coders had to be coming to the office, but most cases, there were coders that were working remotely. And then finally, when we look at these freelance platforms, there are people who choose for this to be their line of work. They do not want to have a job where they come to the office. They want to make sure that they have the flexibility. They can choose to get $800 a day, or they can choose to get $8 a day. It's up to them. And their creativity is actually magnified when they're on their own, rather than when they're in groups. So I actually do not think that it is an ultimatum, whether remote work is going to be here or it's going to disappear. I think that it depends on the individual and it depends on the type of work. For what Elon Musk was saying, I actually agree with him. If you're going to build a company like Tesla, and your job is to actually produce cars and to check on quality control and all of that, it makes absolutely no sense for you to work remotely. And I don't think that it is wise for it to be an option. If you think of a company like SpaceX, one rocket exploding is more than $100 million just disappearing. And the actual payload itself is very expensive. So it requires people to be on the ground, because what they're going to notice from the work that they're doing is going to be important for them moving forward. When it comes to something like Twitter, and I think Twitter can be done remotely, at this phase that he's in right now, it's about bootstrapping, fixing, getting the company to a certain level where it's profitable, or at least not cash burning the way that it is. It makes sense as well for him to say what he's saying. So I actually agree with his direction. I think what the UAE is aspiring to do is two things. The UAE is currently the digital economy leader in the region, by far. And this is based on any metric that you guys want to see, whether it's foreign direct investment in the shape of venture capital into our digital economy companies, number of unicorns, quality of talent, number of companies, all of that. Number of users to the platforms. So most UAE-based digital economy companies do not focus on a local market. The local market is a cherry on top of the cake. What they actually focus on is a global market. So we always have global aspirations, and that's why you have companies that are always bigger in size than companies that are based elsewhere, right? And you have success stories like Kareem and some others. So on the digital economy landscape, we are trying to emphasize and push forward the digital economy in the UAE and make sure that we are not local players, we are global players. We are becoming that. I think I can't take any credit whatsoever for this. This has happened from the days of Her Highness Sheikh Al Lubna and the first days of the Internet City and the efforts that were put there by let's say, the generation that put the foundations. Right? What Steve Jobs said was he can't take credit for anything because it wasn't really him. It was the people who put the sediments. And he had a solid ground. I think that's what happened. His Highness Sheikh Khalifa, God rest his soul, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid. The efforts that were put for 20 years led us to being a leader in the digital economy. So my job is to maintain and sustain and grow. When it comes to remote work, we also believe that if there are people who are productive, who are creative, who can generate, let's say, outputs that are at a higher level than those who go to the office, digital nomads, we want them to choose the UAE first. And in most cases, these people will actually create digital economy companies or digital economy businesses once they choose a place. And we can see that from the Golden Visa program. So one thing that's not on my CV is I actually lead the Golden Visa program for the UAE federal government. And I see the numbers. The numbers show us that the UAE today is the most appealing country in the world for high net worth individuals and high quality talent. It's a fact.
And that's made possible because of digital economies rising and having the infrastructure that's there. But what do you think could be on the horizon that could be challenging to maintain this momentum? I mean, that must be part of your job also to mitigate risk.
So in all transparency, again, I do believe that we are blessed, but turmoil elsewhere does affect us positively because people do come here and they see stability, they see clear vision, they see continuity. So, the direction is one, and I think people are moving towards that direction. And leadership always emphasizes we want best quality of life, we want the best opportunities for the people, we want to ensure that the ecosystem is the most business friendly. We want to not even think about red tape. We want to always have red carpets everywhere for talent and for the business community. So I think that's the first fact. But the second thing is you can't actually live your life hoping for turmoil to continue because I think these things are cycles. We've matured as a society. If you look at what has happened over the last 50 years, 50 years ago with the founding fathers, with the late Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, God rest his soul, when he came and put the visions of this country, it was an aspiration. And there were a lot of naysayers, I am sure. Like, we are now looking at it in hindsight. Hindsight is 2020. We're saying, it was successful. It was very difficult. And it was an aspiration that he put forward, and people did not really believe that a country in the Middle East can achieve this. 50 years down the line, today, that aspiration became a reality. So what has happened is, today, when the president says something, when a minister says something, when the government says something, people take it seriously. Because these guys have proven over the last 50 years that they can deliver. They say something and they deliver on it. So I think the challenges are a lot smaller if you compare it to what they had to deal with, the founding fathers and the generation before us had to deal with. The challenges are smaller today, but the challenges are different. Today we have first world problems. First world, like in the past, our problems were how do you get electricity to everyone? How to pave roads? How do we ensure that we have a system to safeguard people? Like there are so many fundamental issues. Today the problem is, how do I keep talent, like high quality talent, to grow roots here? Then you announce something like the Golden Visa program, the nationalization program. The other question is, how do we try to have the most positive climate, whether it's a soft climate or actual climate, like with cloud seeding and everything that's happening there. So we're actually focusing on moving from 99 to 100. So I think the efforts over the last 50 years were from 0 to 99. But you have to put in the same effort to go from 99 to 100. It doesn't get easier. You require a lot of effort, but the type of problems that you deal with are different.
Complex problems in a complex world. I like that. Red carpet instead of red tape. I think that's a great trademark. We're going to trademark you with it. But I wanted to, in our final minute before we wrap up, talk about the power of networks and connectivity. You have an incredible network of people who call you a friend, but also someone they can rely on. We're connected through the network of the young global leaders, and there's so many people here actually from the network of the young global leaders, and that's also one of those things that brings people together. But we're also overwhelmed with our connections, whether it's through WhatsApp or the travel time it takes to maintain those connections. So what's your golden rule to maintain those connections, those friendships, but also that trust?
Okay, that's a big one to tackle.
I have to tell you, His Excellency said, I don't want to know any of the questions or any of the topics in advance. So he hasn't been prepped for any of this. You're the only person I've had that joy with.
Well, in the era of ChatGPT, people can just, put the questions and get the answers for. So I like to make it spontaneous. It's like a duel, we have this conversation. So I'll share a personal story first, and then maybe answer the question. So early on in my career, and credit where credit is due. There's a minister in the cabinet. His name is Mohammed Gargawi. He was at a certain point and still is a mentor and a dear friend and colleague. And I used to be an ignorant young man with some level of confidence that might have been seen as arrogance at that point of time. And I remember I was with him on an airplane. We were going to a business meeting, and I was a very junior employee. And he asked me, he said, Umar, what do you want to be later on in life? I said, I want to be the richest man in the world. And he laughed, as you would, if anyone says this to you. And he said, why do you want to be the richest man in the world? I said, Your Excellency, so I can help people with my money. He said, why do you need money to help people? And it confused me at the time. I said, because I don't need to ask people to give me money to help people. Like, I can do it myself. And he asked me a question. He said, Umar, what's more important, money, knowledge, or network? And I said, I think it's money. And he said, you can have all the money in the world. If you don't have knowledge, you're going to lose that money. I said, okay, so knowledge. He said, you can have all the knowledge in the world. If you don't have money or you don't have a network, you can't really do anything with it. You'll be dependent on your fortune. I said, okay, so what's the answer? He said, the answer is network. And he said, if you have the best network, you'll be able to access money, and you'll be able to access knowledge, and you'll be able to create change across the spectrum, wherever you want to have change. And that really changed not just the way I see life, but it really changed me as an individual. It touched me as a very deep part of my being. And I said to myself, I need to be a person that has a network. And I then dug deep to actually understand what it means to have a network. And I think you can't be close to 1 million people. It's impossible. But if you do one good thing to 1 million people, they will all go out of their way to serve you in any way they can. And I think to have the right network is first to be approachable. Second is to be genuine. If you can't do something, say I can't do it. If you don't want to do something, say you don't want to do it. But the genuine part is very important. And third is always be ready to help. And if you do that, suddenly, I think it's like a snowball, right? Like one person introduces you to another person, tells you about a third person. And that network grows. Honestly speaking, I don't think that I'm a great networker. There are people that are much better than I am. But I am blessed that I have a network I can depend on. I think that's what matters.
Thank you very much. Those are great words of wisdom. I'm afraid our time has run out. I'd like to thank you for your frank responses and for being with us here today. Please thank our panelists. So I will now introduce our next speaker, Gavin Esler, who will speak to us about connecting in the modern world. Gavin is world-famous broadcaster. For many years was the BBC chief correspondent, if that's the right term, Gavin, for North America, knows the US incredibly well, was host of Dateline London, where I first met Gavin on the BBC, many years at the BBC, but then reinvented himself and his career, award-winning author, and I'm proud to say a columnist for The National. So Gavin, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mina. We were just checking that I'm actually connected, which I apparently am. Thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you very much for that most extraordinary opening session, which I thought was, well, it did the most difficult thing, which is to make me think early in the morning, or relatively early in the morning. And also, it reminded us why connectivity is so important. You may perhaps have heard of the idea that we're all connected to each other by what's been called 6 degrees of separation. It resulted in a Broadway play and in a film in the 1990s. The idea is that every single one of us on planet Earth has a contact or a friend of a friend who ultimately can connect us with everyone else on the planet in 6 or fewer social connections. Now, I've always loved this idea. It originated in the 1960s, and it came from an American social psychologist, Stanley Milgram. Milgram arranged for several hundred people from Boston and from Omaha, Nebraska, to try to get a letter to a complete stranger in Boston. In the experiment, the participants had to send the letter to a personal friend or an acquaintance who they thought was somehow closer to the target they were after. And Milgram found that on average, the letter reached the target in about 6 connections. In 2003, Harvard Business Review reported further research putting Milgram's theory to the test using modern computer software. That year, Columbia University sociologist Duncan Watts published 6 Degrees, The Science of a Connected Age. He and his colleagues conducted an internet experiment to examine, as Harvard Business Review put it, more than 50,000 message chains originating in 163 countries in search of 18 targets around the world. And what was remarkable was that they found, although things were a bit more complicated than Milgram had suggested in the 1960s, it looks like his main finding of 6 degrees is in the ballpark, they reported. Networks, in other words, in a laptop, in the mail, in the human experience, have always connected us. That's how religious ideas spread. The 3 great Abrahamic religions came from this part of the world and spread by word of mouth and written documents to illuminate everywhere in the world. And even when we think of our differences, the human desire to connect is still with all of us. It's almost as if it's in our DNA. We connect sometimes to argue, sometimes to fight, of course, but mostly we connect to cooperate, to compete, to play, to celebrate our differences and share what we have in common, as we're doing here today. The historian Yuval Noah Harari points out that humans are not as powerful as elephants. We don't have sharp claws or teeth. We're not like orcas or lions. We don't have enormous strength. But what we do have is this remarkable ability to connect and cooperate with everybody around the world in 6 degrees of separation. When we do that, we can do that most remarkable thing, which is to solve problems rather than create them. A handshake from a friend turns out to be more powerful than the teeth of a lion. I'd even suggest that all the most important problems I can think of in the world today, and many of which we're going to be discussing throughout today, pandemics, mass migration, population displacements, climate change, our economic problems, drug trafficking, money laundering, disruption to food supplies, armed conflicts, and so on, and so on, and so on. All of these show the need for connectivity, and also of our vulnerability when our network of connections are disrupted. A war in Europe leads to increased bread prices in Egypt. A virus originating probably in China changed the way we live and distorted our supply chains. Climate change and conflict, most recently in Sudan, results in forced population displacements and migration, which in turn causes political strains in Europe, North America, and elsewhere. In some ways, our reliance on connectivity has increased beyond the imagination of people when I was born. Imagine, if you can, a world without Wi-Fi, without the internet, without your mobile phone and your emails, and perhaps you've some idea of the importance of what we're discussing today. Most of the things I've mentioned so far depend upon connections with each other in the present, but I think we also need to think a little bit about a connection to the past and to the future. That connection is sometimes called a tradition or a legacy. The urge to connect with tradition was obvious when King Charles III was crowned in Westminster Abbey earlier this month. And I saw the urge to connect a few months ago in Bahrain, when His Royal Highness King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa welcomed the Grand Imam of the Al-Azhar and His Holiness Pope Francis to Bahrain. When these three leaders met, it was an expression of something quite remarkable. They're friends. Their friendship, that connection, has brought healing to some of the divisions between the world's great religions. Now, some people wish to emphasize those areas in which we disagree, or where we claim to believe differently. I prefer to think of the King, the Grand Imam, and the Pope as three people prepared to connect, to celebrate the richness of our common culture, even when it's developed in different ways, and especially when some disputes or arguments arise. Today, therefore, we will engage, discuss, and connect. We'll consider how our connections have changed in the modern era, how they were altered and disrupted during COVID-19, how they may change in the future. And above all, we will have to consider why connectivity matters. So may I end by suggesting a personal answer to this question. I find coming here and connecting with old friends and making, I hope, some new ones today, inspiring. As a writer and journalist, I'm aware of the many challenges in the modern world. I'm aware of fear of the other, the stranger, the person who we think may think differently from you and me. But I'm also aware that the person who is the stranger may simply be the friend that we haven't met yet. In any case, we all know that none of the great challenges we face can be solved by one person, or one country, or one block of people, or even one idea. So, from climate change to the global economy, to our health and safety and peace, let's try to connect today and see what together we might be able to achieve to connect with a better future. That could be our legacy. Maybe we'll surprise each other and ourselves. As that great English writer E.M. Forster once said, only connect. Thank you. Now let's prepare for our panel session. The session is entitled Connecting for Climate Action. Now, I can't think of anything more obvious in which the connection linking all of us on this planet is necessary to discuss than the idea that human activity could make life on planet Earth difficult and even impossible for all of us. We hear the alarm bells, we see the changes around us. What are we doing about them? How can we properly respond to the threat to us all? Do rich countries have a special responsibility? Do those of us who industrialized early, especially in Western Europe, need to be more sympathetic perhaps to the aspirations of India, China, and other countries, whose economies are obviously in a period of extraordinary transformation? What are the responsibilities of fossil fuel producers, users, and emitters, which means actually all of us? And please, what is the good news that should encourage us to try harder? Well, I have plenty of questions. I'm delighted to say that I have two very distinguished guests to help us understand the challenges and some of the solutions. Please will you welcome Her Excellency Razan Al Mubarak, Managing Director of the Environment Agency Abu Dhabi and the UN Climate Change High-Level Champion of COP28, and Catherine Garrett-Cox, who's chair of the Clean Air Fund and CEO of Gulf International Bank Asset Management, and also served on the UK Prime Minister's Business Advisory Group. welcome. There are so many connected climate change problems. The most obvious one is the science, and then the politics, and then the economics. So maybe we could begin with the science, Your Excellency. As we go into COP28, of course there will always be disputes among scientists about various things, but broadly the world has agreed. This is an emergency. This is something we all have to act together. That, I suppose, is the good news. We've finally got it there.
Thank you. Indeed, things are connected, and things are complex. And the science is complex. And I think one of the challenges that scientists face is how do you present a complex situation in a context that perhaps doesn't appreciate complexity. So that's certainly a challenge there. The other thing that is also kind of on the theme of connectivity and connections is also the connection of two very much interlinked challenges. And they are the challenges of climate change and biodiversity loss. So, for example, it's no coincidence that today, not in the future, but today we are witnessing the effects and impacts of climate change at the same time that we are witnessing the alarming rates of biodiversity loss. We're losing 10,000 species annually, and that's 1,000 times more than historic baselines. Why? Because the drivers are similar, but what's interesting is that the solutions are also similar. So nature, for example, can contribute up to 30% of our mitigation requirements by 2030. But unfortunately, as our institutions have been sort of programmed to deal with these two issues independently, because 30 years ago, during the Rio Convention, we created two conventions, the Convention on Climate Change and the Convention on Biodiversity. And what COP28 is trying to do is to make that connection much more pragmatic, to bring it to the forefront, and that is the connection between nature and climate change.
That's a very interesting point, Catherine, isn't it? That we have a tendency to think in silos, whereas we actually really do have to think about this in terms of connections. It also links to immigration because of crop failure, links to all sorts of things. We have to think about connections.
Unsurprisingly, I absolutely agree that you can't disconnect these issues that are unfolding across the globe right now. I think, from our perspective, what you've got to do is mobilize action faster. I think I'm personally hugely excited about what we're going to see at COP28. And from a GIB perspective, we're one of the partners of the World Climate Summit. So we're very mobilized on this topic. But I think, until fairly recently, as Her Excellency said, you just didn't have the right people in the room. And, I give you just one specific example. We've been friends of Ocean Action for some time now. It's an extraordinarily brilliant group of people, ocean scientists, oceanographers, people who've tirelessly worked on the protection of the oceans and conservation for many years. But what I found when I started going to these meetings, well, firstly, I learned a lot. Secondly, made some extraordinary connections. But thirdly, finance was really not represented in the room. And it is not about who does what. It's about what you do together. And if we are able to mobilize, use the connections that we have, build those networks, I'm really confident that we can make change. But as you said, Gavin, you've just got to break out of a traditional silo mentality and do it together.
I was struck by our first presentation, Amina's interview there, that we have, you're lucky to have a minister who's thinking in terms of the next generation. One of the problems we have in some Western countries is that we are so consumed by tomorrow's headlines, we don't think about next year, never mind the next generation. Are you aware of that gives a particular responsibility to you in your role, and also to this region in thinking about that?
Look, the reality of the region enables us to speak about inclusivity with authenticity. So the average age in the UAE is 32. We are a young country. And as such, comes very naturally to us to ensure that we include the voices of the younger generation to put together the policies that are required to tackle some of the challenges that we face. And in that context, I'll bring it back to what you were saying, which is, it's no longer plausible to separate issues. We need to bring those together. And it's no longer plausible to expect one sector of our society to deal or to invent the solutions of the future. And so when you think about it in the context of COP28, so COPs traditionally are when it's the convention of the parties, so states. But the first connectivity there is that one government can't solve the problem alone. So we need the parties to come together. And the great challenge that our COP president, who just walked in the room, is how do you facilitate a political process where governments can indeed negotiate, work together to find and draw a new pathway to the Paris Agreement. But at the same time, at COP28 and previously, the recognition is that governments can't do it alone. You need the private sector, you need academia, you need finance, and this is why my role as high-level champion was actually conceived. It was conceived in Paris with this notion that actually governments can't do it alone. Non-state actors, private sector need to work along and collaborate to find a pathway to Paris.
Can we pick up Catherine's point there about what is the role of finance in this? I mean, I talk to a lot of financial institutions, and people within them point out to me, we may be in finance by day, but we're consumers, citizens, voters, whatever, by night. In other words, we have the same concerns about our family as everybody else. But what specifically do you think? Why specifically does finance have to be in the room?
Well, if you don't have finance in the room, you can't pay for some of the things that need to unfold. But there's there is a difference between public sector finance and private finance. And the reality is that to date, probably more than 70% of finance going towards climate change initiatives have been provided by public finance purses. So the private sector really needs to step on the gas. And I think, the role of investors, because I come at this as an investor as much as someone from the finance industry, is that we have to hold people to account. And for that to really be successful, you need to have the right data, and you need to have those pathways that you can hold people to account against. The whole finance industry has been rocked, as we all know, over the last few months and years by greenwashing. And my take on that is that it's very easy to put a nice badge on your firm's website and to talk about all the nice things that you're doing. But the role of the investor is to really dig into that, to establish whether what you say on your website actually manifests itself on the ground. And so I think that there is a role of finance to play in both mobilizing others. So finance is both public and private, but let's not also forget the role of philanthropic capital. So the Clean Air Fund is a philanthropic initiative. We were launched at UN Climate Week back in 2019, and what we've done is really mobilize people around the whole topic of air quality, which if you speak to Christiana Figueres, she would have said air pollution, air quality was the one SDG that should have been next. And it's interesting because 7 million people die prematurely every year because of poor air quality, and it loops back to the nature conversation. But how do you mobilize philanthropic capital? And the most successful connections are where you bring people into the room. So specifically at the Clean Air Fund, we mobilized a corporate alliance for clean air. And actually some of the companies are represented in the room today: Google, Accenture, Maersk. And what we're really targeting people to focus on is, not only are you measuring what you do, but what are you doing to reduce your air pollution footprint? And in that way, investors will give you more credibility. They'll probably find a way of reducing your cost of capital. That will enable you to have more money to put to good causes, whether it's tackling climate change or other things. And then you create this virtual flywheel. And that's the whole point of it. But it's not one element of finance. You've got to connect the dots.
And it is happening in some places. I mean, the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund, Norge Bank, for example, I've talked to some of their people. They do try to put parameters on who they're going to invest in and hold them to account. So that does happen, and partly because they feel a particular responsibility because where the money came from. Is that true here, do you think? Because of you know, the wealth here is partly as a result of fossil fuels and so on?
I think it was much more than a direct correlation of where the wealth came from. It was a recognition that we want to live in a country, in a nation, in a space where we have a good quality of life. And a good quality of life meant good air quality. It meant access to clean water. It meant marine, it meant a sea that's abundant with fish. It wasn't at all, I think, aligned with that. You had that other vision that brought people together. I think when you start thinking of climate change too much in a reductionist point of view, where, you know, it's a fossil fuel problem. It is a big part of the problem, but it's also our cities. Today, the majority of our humanity live in cities. And there's so much opportunities with mayors, municipalities, to think about how we design our cities. For a very long time, for example, I was involved in ecological footprint accounting. Again, it's very similar to what you would do with climate change accounting, but really work in a building to try to understand how much energy the building consumes, how much water, where is food being used and where is it being imported, and all the various supply chains that are needed and required to keep this building and the individuals in this building afloat. And so it's not easy. You know, anyone that says driving down your emissions is easy, perhaps is also underestimating the complexity, because it is driven by a number of factors. Like I said, it's food, it's water, it's you know, please jump. It's everything. So kind of going back to my original kind of statement. You know, it's not one single narrative that brings people together. It's accepting that there's going to be different narratives that drive people to the same end.
Catherine?
I would absolutely love to build on your comments about cities and then the role of how we you know, drive change for better climate action. So actually at the Clean Air Fund, we piloted this amazing program called Breathe Global in London. And the sort of essence of it was that we wanted to be able to, through air monitor controllers, map how air quality was across London. And so much so that, you know, for instance, we deployed little sensors on the back of children's backpacks walking to school. We wanted to see, you know, whether there was a linkage between, unsurprisingly, people living by busy roads and the quality of air. And I mean, it's been controversial. Let's not beat around the bush. But the ultra low emission zones have been put into force, and there's talk about them expanding. But it's not been straightforward. At the Clean Air Fund, one of the things that we're really now seeking to do is to mobilize 100 cities to embed this same ethos, air quality monitoring, reducing their emissions by 2030. And we're working with C40, which of course is a great starting point. You start with enlightened mayors, then you're really on a roll. But just also building on your second point about particularly the role of building and construction. So building and construction accounts for 40% of all greenhouse gas emissions globally. So the world is getting warmer, we know that. It's certainly warmer here than I remember it last year, that's for sure. But we've got to find ways of making air conditioning, so whether it's cooling or heating, we've got to make it more efficient. And that's why, you know, trying to find those organizations, those companies that are very much invested in not trying to remove air conditioning, because that doesn't work, but making it more efficient, is absolutely one way that the finance sector can help to build on this. So you make it more efficient, cities then become safer, air becomes cleaner, people will be safer living in those environments.
One of the things that really cheers me up about that, as you mentioned about pollution from buildings and so on, is that some of the world's most competitive companies are the big building companies. And they have agreed, and it's been quite difficult, to come together to try to have common standards, to try to reduce carbon emissions from creating concrete and so on. And I'm really struck at some of these big beasts of the building industry actually working together when, as you know, how competitive that business is. So there is good news in connectivity.
Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. And at the same time, you also see it happening on the green side. So all of a sudden you're seeing competing conservation organizations working together to try to protect the largest carbon sinks, being financed by, you know, whether it's government, whether it's philanthropy, but really finding that, you know, the best way to do it is in the combination of finance. So you need public finance, you need private sector, you also need philanthropy. And the power that those through funding streams can bring into a project is extremely important. I also always talk about, you don't necessarily need just the quantity, you need the quality. Mm-hmm. If governments or host governments or recipients are only dependent on, for example, foreign aid that generally come with a lot of conditions, then they can't really move with their local agendas, and that's why you need three. I also always say, so you need the finance, you need policy and regulations, and you need the technology. But all of that needs to be seen within a lens of a just transition, where we also must not forget that ultimately it also needs to be through a lens of a people-centric, a human-centric planet. And that's why with any transition, with any technological transition, it really needs to be underpinned by a socio-cultural evolution. And, you know, I don't know, I think I should ask for $1 million because every time I think of something or someone, they walk into the room. So our previous Minister of Culture just walked in. And really, culture needs to come along too, our cultural institutions, our educational institutions, to ensure that we arm the transition with the people that need to make it happen.
And the pressure from people is quite intense now. But can I ask a crude question about finance? Don't investors still say, am I going to make a profit in it or not? And if they're not going to make a profit in it, they're perhaps not going to be as green as you or anybody in this room would like them to be.
Well, so my take on this, Gavin, is I think we're closer to winning that argument. I have to say, having spent more than 20 of my 30 years in finance, in sustainable finance, it was a pretty lonely space back then. I mean, we were the sort of weird people in the corner. No one wanted to take us out on the road. And then suddenly you sort of, you switch forward 20 years, and suddenly all of these people who I knew 20 years ago have on their CVs that they've long been champions of climate change. I'm like, really? Well, that's great, crowd them all into the room. So I think one of the old arguments was, you can't make money if you do it this way. I think that's actually missing the point. Any good person, when you invest in finance, when you look at investments or companies, it's risk management. It's no different to that. As somebody who spent my whole life looking for good companies to invest in, of course you're going to consider what their environmental footprint is. Of course you're going to consider how they manage their supply chains. Are they fair to their people? How do they manage their stakeholders? And at the end of it, how do they govern themselves? Do they have an ethical system that supports the broader financial industry? So it is absolutely clear, coming back to Her Excellency's point, you need the quality of investments in this space. And there is a disconnect, as I see it, between the volume of money looking for a home and some of the projects. Some of them are very, very small. So trying to build that network to connect the dots. There are probably, so many global entrepreneurs who want to tackle issues around climate change, but half of them don't know how to raise the money. And I mean, I've literally sort of lost count of the number of people coming to me in London doing amazingly brilliant things. But can they raise 500,000? Can they raise $1 million just to get something off the ground? Not always. So I do think there is the role of networks and connectivity, and I think COP28 is an amazing opportunity to do this. Rather than sort of stick people in little zones the whole time, what can we do to actually get them into the right room to create that lasting change? I think that could be an amazing outcome.
I'll come on to just COP28 in a second, because there are great opportunities. But just on that other point you made, can I turn it around and say, so many companies now understand that the risk is also in not doing something, and it's a reputational risk, which is, because you've mentioned greenwashing before, that is profoundly damaging to the image of companies nowadays, I think, in a way it wasn't before.
Well, you talked about the role of consumers. I'm pretty certain that more people today, when they walk into a supermarket, look at the back of the box to see the provenance of where it's come from. Is the box even recyclable? So consumers are making choices. And I absolutely do believe that people will be called out for this. I also think that there is a dearth, and I'm sorry I'm going to be a bit controversial, there is a serious dearth of talent in boardrooms. So the people doing some of the best work that I see aren't yet in the boardrooms, and that's where you really need those voices holding people to account across the board. So, I mean, we've done a lot of work trying to educate people, not in a patronizing way, but you've got to take people by the hand. But it comes back to the more people in the room, the more velocity you will get to tackle these issues. And then it really does become, it has to be a legacy that at the point that we hang up our working shoes is something that we're proud of. And otherwise, why do we do it? Why do we do it?
Your Excellency, the challenges of COP28 are quite enormous. I mean, trying to get people in the room, trying to get them to have an agreement that is not a sort of bottom of the feeder kind of agreement. So how do you see this year shaping up?
I think people are genuinely tired of, and I'm not just saying it because I'm sitting on this stage of the National, but headlines without content. I think people are interested right now with real action and implementation. And so the challenge that we have, but also the great opportunity, is to try to look past headlines and to really focus and almost curate a discussion around implementation. The UAE is, again, not new to this. It's a juxtaposition geopolitically between North and South, East and West, is in a really good place to actually convene, but do more than convening. And I say curate is really look at what is required today. And the requirements are very clear, complex, but clear. We need to work on mitigation. We need to collectively, globally, reduce our emissions. There are things that we can do now, and there are things we need to invest in the future. Adaptation, there's a clarity there as well. We know that even today, yesterday the headline at the National is, we've already come to the 1.5 degree world. It's no longer in the future. So today, how do we adapt to a warming planet? And again, governments can't do this alone. Private sector can't do it alone. You need the convergence of government and non-state actors.
I want to throw it open to questions in a second as well, but how difficult is this to actually, when people come here, diplomats and leaders from all around the world, there will be people of goodwill, but there will be people with actually quite varying agendas as well. That's the tricky bit, isn't it? We all want, you want clean air in Delhi, we want it in London, we want it in New York, we want it in Abu Dhabi. But somebody's got to pay for it. And also, some other countries, Maldives, and for example, have really acute problems, which the rest of us may in some way have to bear some responsibility for. So how difficult is being the British diplomats talk of a Sherpa to lead people up the mountain. I mean, how difficult is that going to be?
I mean, I would really look at Dr. Sultan. I believe he hasn't slept since his appointment as a president-designate of COP. But it is complex. But I believe we have significant drivers and trends that give optimism. On the mitigation front, the cost of renewable energy keeps going down, and it's on that trajectory. With respect to nature-based solutions, the science is there. We can today, by protecting our global sinks, our forests, and our oceans, can achieve 30% of mitigation by 2030. This is within reach. You have, at what Minister Alama was saying, you also have a crisis at hand. So it's very, very difficult to really, be an ostrich and put your head in the sand. It's no longer an option. I tend to think that ultimately it is the bottom line. And I do think that companies, governments are also starting to see that it's going to be much more costly not to prepare for climate change. I worked at the Environment Agency for a very long time, and we were looking at our city. We're all here, and all of our desalination plants are on the coast. So our survival is very much underpinned by the efficiency of our desal plants that not only produce water, but produce electricity. With sea level rising, there is a real risk to those plants. And so, do we want to build plants from scratch, or do you want to start working today on ensuring the resilience of those plants? And I think those conversations, from a practitioner's perspective, are very real. And when you look at the real economy, and when you look at mayors, and when you look at cities, it is no longer an option not to do and not to work on climate action. It's happening.
And as we've seen with wildfires all around the world, we've seen with floods all around the world, with terrible weather in Italy and so on, people have joined the dots, haven't they? We have enlightened self-interest here. We've got to do something.
I mean, I think we've absolutely got enlightened self-interest. And, the reality is that we have this sort of strange situation where 70% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions come from emerging countries, but they're also, the part of the world that will stand to lose the most from climate change.
Yeah.
And they're, the reality is that they also can't afford it. So we need to solve for that puzzle. But, as I sort of sit and think back, if we mobilized ourselves on climate change as quickly as governments can mobilize bailing out banks, we would make great progress. We really would.
To someone from the banking sector, yes, I think that is a message that we may take to heart. Would anyone like to make any questions or contributions from the floor? Would Dr. Sultan like to tell us if he is getting any sleep or otherwise? Who would like to ask the panel some questions? Yes. We've got a microphone, and there's somebody putting a hand up over there, I think? Yes. Can we get a microphone to the gentleman there?
Your Excellency Al-Mubarak, thank you for highlighting the importance of the culture of teaching about environment. I think you said, you know, headlines are nice, but you want content and action. I do believe that, you know, the culture of teaching people, whether it is in the Friday prayer or across the board, is a very important point for us to work towards. I think we all mean good in it, and I think with the technology, hearing the Minister of AI, we can really make this faster. Thank you.
Thank you. Your Excellency, I tell you, my children nag me about this. So there is a generational, well, it's quite easy for they get it. And older people sometimes didn't get it, but they do. And that's the biggest cultural change I can think of.
Yeah, and I also think about a multidisciplinary approach. So when you think about the outputs of, I mean, excuse me, my analogies will always take me back to nature, but I can't help it. So if you think about the most resilient nature is the one that's the most diverse, and it's the one that provides you with the most services. So think about, you know, the salt marshes of Iraq, or think about the Fertile Crescent that was able to bring forth civilizations. Similarly, in society, we need to ensure that all the various sectors are empowered to participate in discussion, but also in solutions. So we certainly need the scientists, but we also need the artists and the poets and the writers to inspire us to continue to do more. And, you know, when I'm asked, how would you describe or how would you anticipate the success for COP28? And for me, it's one word, and it's inclusivity. Not because inclusivity only for the sake of inclusivity, but I do believe in the diversity, in the diversity of thought that inclusivity brings, we will find the solutions that we need.
Thank you. Some more thoughts? Yes, there's someone at the back and then someone at the front.
Thank you very much for this wonderful panel. One of the concerns that I have looking at the fact that we're trying to tackle a global problem, so we need global collaboration on this. We are experiencing a time with increasingly political populism in certain parts of the world. The divide between political opinions, even amongst young people, is increasing. And we have a lot of people who actually would not agree with what we're discussing here today. And I feel that that number of people is actually growing rather than decreasing. So whilst I think it's amazing what we're discussing here, and I think we're all probably aligned in this forum, what can we do with that growing population of people who feel disenfranchised and who do not agree that this should be a priority? Thank you.
That's a good question, because how do we connect with the people who are not in this room and perhaps would think we're talking nonsense and believe things that are just not true?
I think only by showing them. Showing those that are kind of that are polarized, showing those that continue to retreat into tribalism and retreat into a world where that's binary. By showing them that with the opposite perspectives on addressing challenges, we can win those wars, only by showing.
You can also show them how, when things hit 45 degrees centigrade, your life might change. I mean, it's certainly true that there's a lot of false news out there, but it's also true that people's own experience is changing because we're experiencing something that's very odd in terms of climate change.
So, and I think actually, I mean, I'm all for freedom of speech in some senses, and people can express the views that they want. But I'm also struck by the broad appeal of people like David Attenborough, who, you know, for my children is something akin to a hero. And, you know, more than 90 years old, he's still making films, he's still narrating, you know, who doesn't know about the Blue Planet? I mean, okay, perhaps there are parts of the world that still need to engage on this topic. But I definitely think that people who, even if you've never seen the Blue Planet, you don't even have a television, will you notice that the climate is warmer? Will you notice that the sea is rising? Will you notice that the air, you can't breathe? I mean, the incidence of people with asthma in cities now is spiraling. So I think ultimately we have to find a way to find the right narrative. And actually shouting is not always the best way. It's about diplomacy. It's about getting people in the right headspace and the right physical space. If we can do those, then I think we'll make progress.
And education is a key part of our culture, obviously, too. And there was a gentleman at the front there. Yes, sir.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Ramzi Qannati. I have actually two questions, one for Catherine and one for Your Excellency. I'm representing the entrepreneurship landscape, and I think one of the comments Catherine made is access to capital. This year we have a COP that is promised to be a COP of action. What do you see is the gaps that today entrepreneurs at early stages, even at ideation stage, are facing, and how can we overcome them? And then the second question to Your Excellency, Razan Mubarak, will there be opportunities to collaborate and bring the entrepreneurship scene as part of the agenda during this year's COP? And I'm very much happy to have this conversation following this stage. Thank you so much.
So if I just briefly take the first question, it is incredibly important. It comes back to innovation, because a lot of the technologies that will help us tackle climate change and issues that affect us today don't exist yet. So we've got to find those ways. So from a very practical perspective, a couple of initiatives we've been very much involved with. One has been the Circulars Accelerator, which was an initiative put together in combination with Accenture and others. But it's really helped find very early stage ideas, some of them perhaps only slightly formed, not fully formed, and then figure out through a judging and award process how we can make those right connections. And equally through our great passion for oceans and blue finance and this real desire to build that, there's this really, actually I know there's someone from the forum here, there's a great program called Uplink, which is a World Economic Forum initiative, which specifically looks to do that. It connects entrepreneurs and innovators with investors. And so we were part of the panel judging the ocean entrepreneurs. I mean, this is, honestly, it's so inspiring. And you kind of rush home and you totally change the narrative that you're having with your children, saying, don't become an accountant, go and become an entrepreneur, because it's just so much more important. So I think those, find those networks, find those nodes, because the money is there. But, clearly we just need to make sure that those conversations are happening. But
I mean, for me, the first word for success at COP is inclusion. The second one would be partnership. In the context of what you said, and I think in the context of our region, I think it's really important that we don't have a million accelerator programs, because it just dilutes what we're trying to do. Rather, really think about what is happening in our part of the world, make sure that we connect the dots between the accelerators so that they become more significant and are able to attract more serious players. And then also don't forget, going back to my nature of analogy, the little fish, the ones that are at universities, starting, so early investment in research. So we need to have the full gamut of supporting the entrepreneurs, from a research level, the small size, mid-size, and large size. And we can only do that, in my view, is through partnership and connectivity. And so would love to connect with you offline.
Thank you. Well, we're connecting again already. Any more questions? Is there anybody over on this side? It's slightly more difficult for me to see. One more? We've got time for one more thought? Okay, well, let me try to wrap up with some thoughts about reasons to be optimistic, because I think we actually have reasons to be optimistic, don't we? One of them, this might sound like a small thing, but I noticed that the people who used to call them effectively climate change deniers have now changed to climate change skeptics. They're the same people, by the way, but there has been a shift, and there's been a shift even in the way in which it's reported. So when you go into COP28, you have to be optimistic, haven't you?
Yes.
But maybe you could expand a little bit on that. I mean, look, you're going to have some of the big beasts from around the world who are going to want to have good headlines back home. Look how wonderfully well I have performed as Prime Minister or President or whatever for my people. So you're going to have a lot of egos, I suppose, what I'm trying to say. However, most of them get it, otherwise they wouldn't be coming here.
So I am optimistic. I am optimistic because I think just by the UAE hosting COP28, I think brings people to the table that normally are shunned from being part of the table. So I think that gives me optimism, this ability of the UAE, like I said, to convene. The other area that gives me optimism is for many of us, many people that work in the field of conservation, to us, climate change is a result of nature that is being mismanaged. And what gives me optimism is, as a practitioner, I also see how nature can respond and can heal. I see that if you leave nature alone, it will heal. If you help it a little bit, it will thrive. And within that context, therefore, I see great optimism in having success both in COP, but also being able to address climate change moving forward. But obviously, I'm not also naive. There's a great sense of urgency. We need to act now, and we need to act together.
Catherine, I'm struck that the one thing that makes me optimistic is that old Hippocratic oath that every doctor is supposed to take. First, do no harm. So if we could ameliorate that, many of the other things would follow, wouldn't they?
I mean, I'm hugely optimistic, but I don't think we've got lots of time. So there is that tension in the room that we've got to address. I'm optimistic for a few reasons. One, because I genuinely see that there is will to do this. So you've got to start with that, and you've got to keep that snowball rolling. Two, I'm really optimistic because the connectivity that we now have across the globe means that it's so easy to find really what's happening on the ground. 20, 30 years ago, we had no idea. We had a few images, but we didn't really have a sense. The technology, the science is now so much better than it was. So we have the will, we have the fact. I think the third reason I'm really optimistic is because of the people. We have a population of young people, particularly in this region. I spend a lot of time in this region now, and I love coming here. It's so vibrant, it's so exciting. It feels so incredibly purposeful. And to be honest, you kind of go back to Europe and everyone's looking a bit sad. I just want to come back here and look happy. So I genuinely believe it, but the power of the next generation to solve some of these things, whether they're through entrepreneurs, whether they are engaged in hardcore R&D at some of the universities across the globe, it is there. It is absolutely there. I mean, I'm super proud of the fact that our eldest son has recently taken a role as a climate risk analyst. And I'm thinking, this is amazing, because at some point, those of us on the stage are going to have to pass the baton on to our children, and you've got to hope they double the time. But if they have the will, they have the knowledge, and they have the time to fix these things, then why can we not Why can we not be optimistic?
Thank you. Thank you for ending on that note. And of course, if you want to be even more optimistic, you ask GPT, how damaging is climate change if we don't do anything? And they'll get an answer which will, I think, encourage you. Thanks to our great guests. Thank you very much. With Stefan Mergenthaler and Mina Al-Araibi.
So, our next session will be helping us think about many of the issues we've already discussed. We have Mr. Stefan Mergenthaler, who is head of strategic intelligence, member of the executive committee at the World Economic Forum, and really is responsible for the strategic analysis capacity of the forum on global trends. So we talk about these big ideas, talk about these trends. How do we analyze them? How do we understand them? He's also responsible for digital innovation strategies. So in our Q&A session, you'll have the opportunity to ask him questions. So, Stefan, the floor is now yours.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Mina. It's a real pleasure and a privilege to be here. And in some ways, I will build very seamlessly on the fascinating discussion we've just had on climate action, the introduction by the minister earlier, by reflecting on this work we're doing at the World Economic Forum on strategic intelligence and connecting the dots, as it is put so aptly. And that is actually work we have started, or that emerged out of a community we have started to convene here 15 years ago, here in the UAE. Our network of global future councils that brings together over 1,000 experts from radically different backgrounds, perspectives, to come together to ideate, to develop ideas, solutions for some of these great global problems we're talking about here. And so it's quite appropriate to reflect about this in the context of the 15th anniversary of the National here. And if you reflect on this big collaborative effort we're undertaking with these experts coming together, bridging various different boundaries of sectors, disciplines of thought, then in a way you could position what you could call one of the defining paradoxes of our time, which is that on the one hand, as we've just discussed in the discussion on climate change, we have a great majority of people around the world that see and identify with the need for radical action, for collaboration, for greater collaboration, for a more sustainable future. But at the same time, we also seem to become more and more radical in defining our own little boxes in these environments. And there's an even greater majority of people that feels that it should be up to everyone to work out their own sets of principles to define their decisions. So it's an us versus them, defining sort of our priorities in our little domains, rather than coming together behind shared narratives, shared principles that can guide our future actions. And so the paradox is, we're of course more connected, we are pushing the frontiers of science, we are safer, we are healthier, we're living longer, all the broad indicators of progress that are broadly true. But we're also more divided, it came up in the discussion just now, and we're more entrenched in our positions. And it's these divisions that are increasingly the impediment for making collective progress. And by the way, also the reason why the theme for our annual meeting in Davos earlier this year was cooperation in a fragmented world. And you could argue that the seeds and the signs of fragmentation are everywhere around us. They're in education, they're in business, in politics, in culture. They're enshrined in the way we educate along fiercely defended disciplinary boundaries. They're enshrined in our organizations in the way we reward and progress people across organizations. Specialization and the division of labor are the principles of our modern industrial societies. And don't get me wrong, I'm not arguing against the purpose of the firm, of the modern bureaucracies, but I'm trying to explore why it is so difficult for us to step out of these entrenched perspectives. And it goes all the way to how our international institutions are set up, with specialized agencies looking after carefully delineated portfolios of responsibility, where often a lot of energy goes into demarcating the turf rather than focusing on collective progress. And this, what I would call radical demarcation, is also present with us in our cultural environment. The minister mentioned it earlier this morning. You think about what modern recommendation engines do in feeding us choices that are defined by very precise characteristics that the algorithms determine for us. That's radical demarcation at exponential scale and powered by increasingly intelligent machines. And so, in a way, there's this discrepancy between the rigidity of our organizational, political, social systems, the maps, if you will, that focus on what's central, on what we should be paying attention to, and, on the other hand, the complexity, the interactions, the emergent behavior of the issues we're facing with. And so you could argue that if you look at the landscape of issues we are discussing here that we need to address, we need maps that actually help us change perspectives, that challenge some of these established systems, and that lay the foundations for the kinds of transformations we need and want to see in the world, and that were the focus of the discussion just before. And in a way, Buckminster Fuller, an innovator, inventor, and in a way a very early climate activist, said it best when he said, "You never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete." And one new model, an alternative representation, could be using the language of networks to express a more holistic way of thinking in systems. Because networks, unlike the organizational charts or the maps of our traditional times, are relational by nature. They enshrine different perspectives by nature. They put the focus on the complexities of the interactions we face rather than reducing or simplifying them. And importantly, they put emphasis on what you could call the strategic periphery that is so often ignored or deprioritized in traditional linear or hierarchical ways of thinking. And because we wanted to enshrine this way, this connected way of thinking in our work, in the way we articulate issues, in the way we convene communities, we developed this system of what we call transformation maps. So that people and experts that may be working on health and healthcare intuitively think about, let's say, the future of work as part of their considerations of how to make progress on health and healthcare. Or that stakeholders in, let's say, the real estate industry, and we'll talk about spatial connectivity in the next session, that stakeholders in the real estate industry learn intuitively to look at the world from the perspective of climate scientists or advocates of civic participation, let's say, or indeed advocates of social justice. So learning this translational, connected thinking as an intuitive way of operating. And even the process alone of establishing this effort, which is an effort we undertake with universities, think tanks, international organizations around the world, this collaborative effort itself helps change perspectives and build new connections. But let me also give you an example of how we use this process, this methodology, to work with specific communities. And just recently, we gathered the chief strategy officers from our partner companies from over 20 different industry sectors. And by using this method, this networked way of thinking about their issues, intuitively, they gravitated not towards demarcating the specificities of their specific industries, but rather at identifying common challenges where they may have an opportunity to come together and learn and progress issues collectively. So, for example, thriving with exponential AI and learning how to build processes into our ways of corporate governance that ensure the kind of guardrails that Mina and the minister were talking about earlier this morning. Or indeed, to unite for the green economy, as we just talked about in the previous panel, and learning how the energy transition really percolates into changes in every single sector, in every single industry, and requires a transformation in each of these areas. And another interesting element coming out of this discussion was embracing the over 50 workforce. A lot of industries face an exodus of talent, actually, as a whole segment of the workforce is moving towards retirement age, but at the same time, we face a population that is living longer and working longer, so a great opportunity, actually, to bring in skills from that generation. Or indeed, moving towards collaborative data sharing rather than holding on to data ownership. That was another realization of this group, that there's actually now much greater value in sharing data in an ecosystem rather than carefully protecting proprietary data in a small segment of a sector. And so looking at the opportunities and the needs for data policy to evolve to enable these kinds of shared values across industries, across sectors. And so, in a way, this is just one example of how this change in perspectives can change our predisposition to collaborate. But I hope it's also an illustration of why we feel this is so important for fostering collaboration in a fragmented world. And certainly, it is an approach that gives people agency. Because just like the world around us, networks are in constant evolution. They are not stable. They need to evolve. And so that means that our maps can, and indeed should be, continually redrawn. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Stefan. I saw your transformation maps years ago and was overwhelmed by the amount of information, but then also how all those connections can actually come together to give you clarity. So I wanted to ask you to follow up on some of what you were talking about. I mean, we have compounded and connected crises. We keep hearing about wicked problems, complex problems. And so if you are thinking in this interconnected way, how then do you move forward? Like, what's the next step? So we have this realization, we have access to the maps, let's say, then what do we do?
Yeah, it's a great question, Mina. Thank you for asking it. So how do you translate this now into action? Well, the first step is really to acknowledge that we're facing complex systems. Now, in fact, we're facing overlapping complex systems, multiple complex systems. And what does that mean? What is the characteristic? The characteristic of complex problems or complex systems is that behavior is emergent. It cannot be controlled or indeed steered through central command. And so the first step is really acknowledging a certain strategic humility, which is difficult to acknowledge, but which is really a strategic realization that complex systems can be nudged, can be moved into a positive outcome if you have a clear understanding of the interactions of the different players. So it means sharpening that understanding of the interactions to find leverage points to intervene, to nudge the system into the desired direction. Now, the tragedy is that often by failing to understand that we're dealing with complex systems, by simplifying, by proposing simple solutions, often we accentuate the negative behavior of complex systems rather than encouraging a more positive outcome. And that's really how you could also summarize the discussion on the climate panel as well.
One of the other characteristics of the modern era is unpredictability. You can't predict in the same way that you could before certain trends. And, I laugh, our last forum that we put together was 5 years ago, hiatus of 3 years due to COVID. But 5 years ago, our forum was called the Future Forum, and we talked about everything except pandemics. And then, of course, we came to a realization that we should have probably had a huge session on a global health catastrophe that could hit. So how do you handle unpredictability? Because if you're building these models, then something could put a spanner in the works.
Yeah, I think it goes back to the same point of strategic humility. I think it requires a certain humility to acknowledge that we cannot perfectly foresee and track the developments of issues. We publish every year a report on the global risk landscape based on surveying the landscape of what is top of mind for executives around the world, and have networks like the Global Future Councils that I mentioned that focus on some of these unanticipated issues and connections. But I think accepting that strategic humility, that there will be unforeseen directions. The minister talked about this when talking about the trajectory of artificial intelligence. That's the first and most important point. And then, of course, building the kind of organizational resilience to deal with multiple different directions. And I think that comes back to the point that I tried to draw out in the presentation earlier about how we need to go very deep into organizations and even the educational system and teaching people to deal with an uncertain and evolving environment.
And it requires taking risks, because you will have a hypothesis or a theory based on either these networks or other people's experience, but your own organization or your own country will be facing different circumstances. So how do you mitigate risk, or how much risk should one be willing to take?
I guess the answer is it depends on the context. Now, mitigating risk is understanding risk, and sharpening that awareness. I think one aspect that we focus on in our work is that often, whether you look at risk or define a longer-term strategy, the problem we see is defining the universe of your business environment or organizational environment in too narrow terms, right? By looking just as the immediate interactions and ignoring what I call the strategic periphery, so domains that are related that may not be immediately obvious why they matter to you in your organization, but actually that will be the drivers of fundamental change and transformation or risk. And so branching out into these related domains, understanding developments, whether that's in the discussion earlier when the minister mentioned the early skepticism about the pace of technological developments, AI, right? It was right for organizations early on to lay the foundations for how to embrace the exponential developments that we're seeing now in artificial intelligence, right? So all that to say, there are ways of mitigating risk by casting a much wider perspective, and that's really the focus when looking at organizational resilience to risk.
So one of the things that Catherine mentioned in the session that just preceded us was some of those voices that could help you cast a wider net are not in boardrooms, are not in decision making, and partly because you need a certain level of experience and you need a certain level of seniority to get there. So how do you, if you're advising an organization, let's say, ensure that there are those voices, but also have enough experience, understanding of the particular industry or organization?
Yeah, that's a really good point, because it goes back to organizational design and formats of participation, really. And I think that is often now, whether it's in the business domain or in the political domain, that's often overlooked. I think that's one of the other things that we can collectively do to strengthen resilience or our future preparedness is focus on formats that bring voices to the table. They are in every organization, in every community. You have that diversity, but often we are not very creative about the formats of how we even conduct conversations, how we build formats for large-scale participation. We have examples in working with companies that have started, for example, to open up their traditional strategy and risk sessions to a very open participatory survey of all staff levels, which is something often quite hard and unintuitive in a way for organizations to do. But I think focusing and developing new formats for participation that have that focus on inclusion at the heart, I think that's the task that requires quite a lot of creativity.
So I'm going to open the floor for you. Ask Stefan questions or prod him on particular complex problems and how he would approach them. But before I do that, I want to ask you a question about multilateralism, because one of the things on the political stage, but also on the government stage, is that you have this complexity, but you need countries to work together. On the flip side, everybody agrees that our multilateral systems are at best challenged, and others would argue broken and not fit for purpose for where we are today. So how does this sort of thinking, this sort of strategic analysis, how can that help deal with these multilateral, old-style roadblocks?
Yeah, I think it's a similar it's a similar perspective that is needed in the sense of a pragmatic focus on collaboration where possible. And also, I would argue, sharpening a sense of that you could explain with a scientific reference to the way quantum physicists think. If you think about quantum computing, is a breakthrough in compute because unlike traditional bits that are either 0 or 1s, qubits are a superposition of 0s and 1s at the same time. And so my analogy there in that sort of thinking into the multilateral space, I think we need to be much more comfortable with that simultaneous presence of agreement and disagreement, in thinking in pragmatic constellations of where progress can be made, and a very sharp understanding of the constellations of players that can have influence and leverage on progressing the outcome in what are complex constellations of actors in the multilateral system. So,
a very diplomatic response.
Well, it's a realistic response, I would say.
But is it possible? I mean, to get these constellation of actors to come together, or does it have to be specific to a particular issue?
Well, it's partly what we are doing at the World Economic Forum, is trying to bring the right stakeholders, and again, with a lens of mapping and understanding the dynamics at play to progress on the climate agenda in very specific domains, for example, and bringing the right constellations of actors together. And I think that is possible. It requires creativity. It requires a mindset that does not think in 0s and 1s. I think that is what I wanted to underpin here, right? Is that mindset of looking at the world as 0s and 1s, as linear divisions, demarcating our positions is the impediment to making progress. And it's possible to step out of that. Yes, it requires, though, a lot more energy and creativity to move people along.
So, are there any questions from the floor? We do have indicate to me, please, if you're going to ask a question, just identify yourself. Okay.
Good morning. I come from the scientific world that studies all matters beyond our Earth. And so I'd like to be provocative and present to you a couple of challenges that we talk about in our world and ask you how you think the world would react to these. So suppose tomorrow we were to discover intelligent life beyond the Earth, which is perfectly feasible, and then say on Monday we were to discover an asteroid on a collision course with the Earth that was going to hit us in 20 years and would wipe out all life on the Earth. How would we react to those challenges?
Easy question, please.
It's a great question because it makes me think, you could say the pandemic we lived through was, it didn't come from outer space, but it was such a collective crisis that we went through. Now, I would say two things. I'm a social scientist, so you always look at possible different pathways. But one thing we did learn through the pandemic, I feel, collectively, is that there is a better understanding in all parts of society of what a complex system is and what, how vulnerable, in a way, the collective and the collective well-being we have is. And of course, the scenarios that you're mentioning, sir, are in a way that existential moment for everyone to realize the common humanity, just at a greater scale, you could argue. Now, if you want to look at the positive outcome, to me, what makes me positive in the sense of having gone through such an existential experience with the pandemic is that there is a heightened awareness and I think a heightened urgency in governments and other organizations to prepare for these kind of vulnerabilities and build a better preparedness. And you would hope that in a case like this, the best energies get channeled. Now, we of course also saw that that doesn't always hold true, and the honest answer is I don't know how we would react, but you would hope that these kind of cataclysmic moments, and again, the minister talked about it with reference to technology this morning. I think he mentioned these moments of the show of force are the moments where we learn, our organizations, our political institutions learn how to deal with that. And I would argue to some extent that learning did take place in the pandemic. And you would hope that a similar learning curve would happen at much faster pace faced with such existential questions that you raised, sir.
Just to the point of learning, I mean, is about how we train ourselves to think and how we train our organizations then to act, or the teams that we work with. And so how do you get that either training or discipline to maintain that wider thinking when you're focused razor sharp on your day-to-day, the short-term day-to-day problem?
Yeah, you know what I find fascinating as a parent is that for children it's very intuitive to think in systems, in networks, in very broad terms. In a way, we socialize them into silos, and so it's really a question of organizational learning. Often the structures in organizations are not geared towards collective learning and towards embracing a more holistic reality, right, where the structures we build actually hold us back in allowing for that collective learning to take place. So I think that is what really requires dedicated attention and a constant trigger, in a way, because naturally organizational dynamics tend to move into silos.
Okay, any other questions? There's a gentleman there, and okay, so we'll take one question.
I would like to pick up on your question about governments learning, because so the UAE here happens to sit where you have different nationalities, and it's a neutral country, and then you have the geopolitics playing at hand, and there is the Western idea of how to protect the environment, and then there is the Eastern approach of how to protecting the environment. Do you think there is a hope that maybe people actually start hearing each other and working towards that common agenda of protecting the globe, and maybe here being the platform to push for that?
I do think so. I do think so. And if you look at some of the data I referenced, some of that at the beginning of my presentation, but also if you look at surveys of young people, we do surveys of our communities of young leaders and change makers. There is a clear realization of the importance of making radical changes for a more sustainable future. And so I do think there is, particularly in the younger generation, a very clear awareness of that. And coming back to the point about learning, a lot of learning actually is generational learnings. New generations have a very different experience, and that is ultimately what does make me hopeful, because it's people that make institutions, and the deepest learning happens at that generational base. So the next generation of people will shape very different institutions and organizations. So that's why I would answer yes.
We have a question here at the front.
Thank you. I hope you agree that we live in a time of unprecedented change. I mean, we've talked about climate change, we talked about technology. We have seen radical changes in the demography of the world, the health crisis, food crisis in parts of the world, an economic crisis perhaps coming on with a debt. The interaction of these crises together makes things very difficult to predict for the future. How do we make ourselves better prepared to be able to understand that interaction between the demographic, the health, the climate, the political, the geopolitical crisis that we're dealing with at the same time?
Yes, that's precisely the point of shifting perspectives. I think my point is that we still have too much representation, and it goes from how we tell the stories in the media, how we then internalize and deal with these issues at various organizational levels. I think that shift in perspective needs to take place fundamentally, from education to media to organizations, because it is the reality of the issues we face. And that means we cannot develop solutions to these things in silos, right? But the fact is that a lot of the fabric of our organizations, politically, economically, socially, are still characterized in this way. So it goes back to me to that process of learning a different language, a language of connectivity. I think I commend you, therefore, Mina, on actually making that the theme here, because it is, I think, the defining issue of our time is learning that language of connectivity, and not just talking about it, but actually what it means to practice that in organizations, in education, in the way we find solutions collectively. And I think that requires a very different set of skills. I'm very optimistic, by the way, for the next generation, also because we teach different skills. I'm a social scientist. In my training, I had no significant training on, hard sciences or data science. Or nowadays, it's hard to be a university graduate, even in the social science, without having pursued basic training in data science and computer science and so on. And that does start to change perspectives.
And the opposite is also true, right? So for the hard scientists to also think about what is considered soft skills, but actually essential for
Absolutely. But that is starting to take shape, and we're educating differently. It's not universal, but it is starting to take place. And I think this is the answer to your question. We need to learn to not just speak the language of connectivity, but actually practice it in our organization.
So we have 1 minute before we have to wrap up the session, but there was a question here. Did you still want to ask a question? Yeah. Just take a question.
You referred to creation of ecosystems for sharing proprietary data. From an R&D perspective, proprietary information processes technologies are something we hold very close as institutions. How can we encourage and incentivize the sharing or creation of an ecosystem, as you mentioned?
Yeah, look, there's enough evidence out there that there's great value in and shared value that can be created in spurring innovation and creating more value by open data, open science. I think this is ultimately something that either, as was mentioned in the previous panel, people see the effects, so you need to show and lead with examples, or it needs to be mandated. I mean, in the European Union, for example, research grants increasingly require that the results are published in open science, in open access journals, and so I think that realization of realizing greater value through sharing data is absolutely key.
So, to close our session, if we assume that those in the audience and those watching us are convinced that yes, this is absolutely the way I must go, what would be one thing you would ask them to start doing immediately to think in this more open perspective way? One thing.
I'm going to say I'm going to say start drawing the maps that you see of your environment and start to discuss it with the people around you, so that you actually start a process of dialogue, of surfacing the interactions that you see with others and starting that reconciliation. I think that is an important step, that dialogue in the process. That's also what I emphasized, that even the process itself on taking academic stakeholders on that journey of mapping interactions in a networked way, that's the learning process in itself. And so, yes, the recommendation would be to start that by drawing and discussing what you draw.
Okay, so Monday morning to my colleagues from the National, we're going to be drawing maps. All right, thank you so much, Stefan, for your time and for your insights. Thank you. So, our next session is going to be about connecting and physical spaces. Their space that we're physically in impacts how we connect. It's going to be led by my colleague, Harith Al-Bustani, our arts and culture editor, and he will be leading a discussion with James Law and Vilma Churkett, and he will be introducing them as they come to the stage. Please, the floor is yours. Your last name.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for being here today. I'm Harith Al-Bastani. I'm the Arts and Culture Editor at The National. And in this session today, we're going to be discussing connecting and physical spaces. Specifically, we're going to be exploring our relationships with physical spaces, the ways in which we interact with them, and the ways in which we connect with one another through them. It strikes me as a particularly fascinating time and place to be having this conversation, not just because this country is a place where people from all over the world come and connect with one another, but because of our modern history and our future trajectory of rapid development and urbanization. And throughout all of this development, some of our relationships towards physical spaces haven't really changed that much. For example, when you look at our relationship with the Majlis, this has always been a space where we extend hospitality to our guests, where we receive hospitality, we forge friendships, share news. This is something that we still hold very valuable in our lives and will continue to do so. But at the same time, as our physical spaces around us change on a micro and macro level, there are other changes that we have to factor in. Fortunately, we're in a very unique position in this country where we still have enough space in our cities and our settlements where we can actually pursue visionary and utopian approaches towards master planning. We've already seen a lot of fascinating examples of that, and today we happen to be joined by one of the driving forces behind one of the most fascinating projects, which is Al Sakal Avenue in the Al Sakal district.
Thank you.
So with that, I'd like to take a moment to introduce our guests. We have Vilma Yurkate, the Executive Director at Al Sakal Initiatives, which includes Al Sakal Avenue, Al Sakal Advisory, and Al Sakal Arts Foundation. And James Law, Founder and CEO of Cybertecture, architect, World Economic Forum Young Global Leader, and Justice of the Peace. Vilma has played a formative role in Dubai's Al Sakal district, which isn't just a physical space, it's a community, and it's become a benchmark of what cultural districts can look like, not just in the region, but in the world. James, on the other hand, is the founder of Cybertecture, which is a design and build company known for producing groundbreaking projects in architecture, interior design, master planning, digital spaces, and much more. And James has always pursued a philosophy of orientating projects around serving people from all backgrounds. And so with that, James, I'd like you to, there's been so many dimensions to your work. You've worked across so many different scales. But could you please summarize, I think a lot of your work can be summarized through a couple of your projects, which we've discussed in the past. Could you tell us very briefly about your Technosphere, OPOD housing, and Satoshi Island projects, and what spatial needs they seek to address?
Thank you so very much for having me. So as an architect, and I hope as an architect of the future, we are very, very in tune with the fact that the world is changing very fast. And how we build this world, how we build the buildings, how we build the cities, need to be in tune with that change. And the pursuit of my own kind of design, which is called Cybertecture, has always been on this mission to try to discover the next kind of prototype that would really solve some of the problems that we all face on this planet collectively. And we as architects are hugely responsible for creating some of the structures and the organizations that hopefully can alleviate some of those problems. So thank you for highlighting some of our projects. On the bigger scale, we are very concerned with the city. Humanity is very conglomerated into cities, and the traditional way in which we've designed cities as urban spreads is something that we must question. So we've been creating a new kind of city, which is called a technosphere, where units of 50,000 people live in a man-made planet placed on the ground, saving 50% of water, 40% of energy use, 30% less building materials going into the construction, but then at the same time opening up the landscape so that much of it can be preserved without the need to build highways and roads and car parks, because we will live and work differently. Another aspect that we are very concerned with is that today we have 7.8888 billion, I checked this morning, of people on this planet. And some large proportion of that population is really suffering from the lack of affordable housing. And we might think that the world has been improving on that, but we've actually been regressing on that. So as architects, how can we help to alleviate this? So we came up with an idea called the OPOD project, which is to conglomerate all of the new but spare concrete water pipes being manufactured all around the world and use a design where we can change them in a very short and low-cost way into housing. And those concrete water pipes are repurposed from the fact that they're water pipes into solid, safe, affordable housing for small numbers of people living inside them, but then they can be mass manufactured on scale anywhere in the world and deployed quickly. So it's using architecture once again as a technology for alleviating some form of suffering. Another form of project we have been looking at is the systems behind our living, our connectivity, our real estate. And our cities are really organized around a very old traditional way of land ownership, of residency, etc. Now, in this day and age of technology, of decentralization, of the blockchain, we have embarked on a project in the South Pacific to build an island which is truly operating on a decentralized way. It's called Satoshi Island. Currently under construction, it is an 800-acre island where all the people who reside on the island have citizenships which are in the form of tokens in the blockchain. And thereafter, they can own land, they can explore the island without being there through our metaverse digital twin of the island and create the utopia that they want to live together in. From building their own houses using modular architecture in the metaverse, that translates into really produced real modular architecture in our factories in China, shipped to the island. The island comes together eventually as a DAO that is co-curated, co-managed, co-led by the citizens of the island. It leads to a kind of prototype testing about not only designing the physicality of our spaces, but also in the intelligent systems that manifests in a higher level of management, higher level of culture, and higher level of co-creation that I think we are at the dawn of in architecture and the way in which we build cities. So those are the kind of works that we are really fascinated on. Thank you.
Thank you for going through that with us. And Vilma, of course, over your career, you've explored space and physical spaces in very different types of ways. I can imagine when you first began on the Al-Sarkar project, not a lot of people really understood what the vision was for it. And since then, it has continued to grow and grow and grow. And I was wondering, could you please outline what the initial vision for the district was, how it's grown, how that vision has continued to grow over time, and what perhaps some of the most unexpected avenues of it have been?
So I'm not a fan of visions because I think the world is filled with unrealized visions, and some of these visions can hold you ransom in a world that is changing so rapidly, and that's what the morning sessions were really discussing. So I'm wary of planning and visions. I mean, we grew together with the city, we grew organically, and you know, I always say that Al-Sarkar Avenue is not synonymous with the built environment. It's really who is in the district, who is shaping the community. We've been making culture for over a decade with more than 70 pioneers, homegrown industries in arts and culture. 98% of them were first-time businesses and first-time ideas. So these are really kind of homegrown projects that shaped and rewired the industries through very alternative and unconventional way of thinking. And so collectively today, we produce more than 105 exhibitions annually. We attract more than 1 million visits. But of course, when we began, I mean, we are housed in an industrial area of the city, and you are this kind of a bit of a rebel, no? I mean, you go against planning and zoning, which was meant to be industrial, but then, of course, you have your artists and creatives who really take on that space and make it into something else and start a movement. And you know, Leo Castelli, a very well-known art dealer in the 70s who represented Rauschenberg and other famous artists, was once asked, how do you pick your artists? And he goes, I pick them not because they're good, but because they are leaders of a new movement. And so I really think that's what cultural communities are about. And it's a process, it's an attempt to create a home for communities that we serve, for the publics that we serve in the UAE and the region and internationally. And even if you fail at that attempt, it's the attempt that matters. And I truly believe that art and culture can lead to social transformation. And we talk a lot about sustainability, and we are still focused on old definitions, dated definitions of sustainability, which is comprised of environmental, social, and economic spectrums. But I argue that culture should not be an afterthought. It should be the fourth pillar of sustainability. So I really think it's time to redefine and kind of rethink some of these myopic paradigms and definitions that in some ways we all helped create. But I really believe that cultural district is more than a physical space. And even when you speak of cities, James, I absolutely agree. I think the question today, we talk so much about placemaking, but we don't ask, are we place breaking with some of the policies and some of the decisions that we take? Are we making cities or we are unmaking cities? You know, these are the questions that we should really be asking when we think about space. And it's dangerous to define physical space without considering the urban metabolism and the flows. You know, we should be asking, where does our water come from? Where does our waste go? And where our publics live and how we live, and who is our community? Whom are we speaking with? Who are we becoming with? These are the questions that I think are really important, and I really want to congratulate the National and my friend and colleague Mina, who really brought different disciplines on stage to discuss this, that culture was not forgotten, because usually culture somehow does not appear in forums like this. So I'm really glad that we are here to talk about the role of culture in this context.
And earlier, we discussed the importance of networking, and particularly in the realm of culture and creativity, that can be so difficult. People can so easily become kind of trapped in their own little spaces. And I think that's a testament to the importance of cultural districts, where people can not just have spaces to show their works and sell their works, but actually network and come together and build these communities. But you touched on an interesting point of planning out cities. And I wonder how, in both of your perspectives, how do you approach master planning in a way that responds to the unique needs and makeups of the individuals and the communities that are being served? Because obviously there is no one-size-fits-all approach. So what do you think are some of the key considerations?
I think we talked a lot about shifting our mindset. I think number one is we need to begin focusing on economies of repair. So it's a luxury to be building something new. You know, everything is built with a 5-year plan, calculated on return on investment. So it's grounded in short-termism and commodified thinking. And the biggest thing is that we actually need to take a step away from wholesale thinking into wholesome thinking. And that addiction to growth and progress really needs to shift to thinking of economies of repair. So how do we repair and how do we unbuild? And this is a very complex and more difficult path to choose because the infrastructure has not been developed yet to accommodate that. But even we at El Circal, I mean, to build a solar power infrastructure, to do kind of basic elements, to rethink our public space, these were all long-term projects. And today we're leading a global co-commission across 3 continents in partnership with Global Cultural Districts Network, where for the first time we're asking what is the role and what does even public art looks like in non-Western contexts, and how do we audit the CO2 emissions of public art. So responsibility is not arbitrary, no matter which institution or industry you come from. We all are living in the world of Anthropocene, and we all need to make change in practice. And that's, of course, a harder path to choose. But I think when it comes to master planning, we just need to be thinking of all those elements and have all disciplines at the same table. And, stop looking at plans from top down. I mean, go on the ground and see who are the people who live there and which communities are near and which communities are far. Because it's about cognitive distance. It's about the element of publicness. And as El Circal, what was always important for us is that people from all walks of life are welcome in that non-transactional space where they can feel at home, where they belong. I think a sense of belonging is the most important metric. And perhaps we need to revisit our measure of success because currently economics is still number 1. And that pressure on cultural institutions makes it very difficult to focus on environmental or social or cultural elements. So perhaps that would be some of my preliminary thoughts on this.
And James,
yeah, I mean, everything you say there is spot on. And maybe I can just respond by saying, when we have the opportunity to do a master plan, we feel it is a great responsibility. And the master plan, I think, traditionally used to be this kind of, master layout that seems to have gotten everything right, but it always gets everything wrong. So the kind of processes that we now go through to create a master plan is one where we really focus on narrative. So to have a narrative behind the master plan, to have a story, because as people begin to live the lives individually or as a community in the master plan, if there is a narrative, it means that the master plan will continue to grow, to evolve, and to have a life of its own. So you know how we do this now is when we have an opportunity, we actually try to expand on the narrative side of it by using AI. We actually curate the narrative by using the help of AI to expand the brief of a master plan. So normally we get a master plan to house 1 million people and it has to have this and that and that. But without the narrative behind it, it is hard to be confident that the future people living in this city will know the meaning behind why they're there, that what is the quality of life that they can have, and subsequently, as they age, as they live their lives, how they can contribute to that narrative. So it's a much more higher level master planning than I think traditionally we as architects used to do, which was just to draw the plan. Now it's a bit like what Vilma's done at El Circal. I'm a big fan of your location. We've been traveling there since its inception, and we've seen it grow. And that connection between people in that physical space has been driven by a narrative. And the narrative, I think, is the powerful DNA that can power some of these master plans of the future in a much more beautiful, humanistic way that we didn't really used to do so well in the past.
And both of you as well have a lot of experience working across complex networks of partnerships. For example, El Circal is a crucial part of the Dubai Creative Zone. and there's a public element there, and you've worked with a lot of public spaces as well. And could you explain what kind of, when you're working on such large projects, such expensive projects, and such complex projects, what kind of partnerships are involved? And how do you construct those partnerships in a way that is able to deliver dynamic, engaging, and functional public spaces?
Well, I mean, in today's world, you cannot do anything alone. And a big part of our success has been municipal diplomacy. We grew together with the city. The only reason Al Sirkal has become what it has become, or what it will become, is because we are in Dubai, we are part of the UAE. There is a much bigger vision for the nation, for the city, and then of course at the neighborhood level too. And so it's a constant negotiation with people and place. It's a process. I think that's what I'm trying to say, that when you speak only of physicality dimension of space, you tend to lose the aspect that it's not static. It's a space and time, and it's a constant process. And so that process involves various stakeholders, and we've been very fortunate to have the support of the government and our community and our partners. And it's really a negotiation on a daily basis in collectively thinking together, because the environment continues to change, our objectives continue to evolve, and so you have to readapt. It's a very non-linear process. And so I think in a way you are a process, you are a producer, you are a reproducer, and it's kind of this motion. And so these partnerships and relationships are very, very important and crucial. But they're also very important with your own public. So for me, we always did it to serve our communities, very diverse communities of the city, just because of what Dubai has become. It's, we house 200 nationalities, and it's a transient space, but it's also a space where many people made their home. Jane Jacobs said that a city must stay forever young. And so the UAE is that place of flow of ideas and people and movement, and that keeps this place young, that keeps this place in a way that you resonate and you're speaking with your audiences. And so Al Sirkal has become what it has become because of this wider environment. We do not operate in isolation. We operate in collaborative spirit.
So, I think co-creation is extremely important in the partnership structures of ever complex projects. And in fact, they don't have to be just the large projects. The small projects also deserve that kind of co-creation. But I think in the 21st century, as we face increasingly rapid change behind these projects, the question is, what are the partners' roles? And I think the partners' roles are not just at the inception of the project. It is a continuing life force behind the project. So as an example, again, back to our crypto island in Satoshi Island. At the inception, we invited and recruited 24,000 partners to join our digital community. So they are all citizens of the island. And thereafter, even before the first designs were made on actually what the island should have, we created a DAO, so the decentralized autonomous organization. And everybody has an active participant role in that DAO, talking about public space, talking about communities, talking about sustainability, etc. And it is a constant reiteration of the design that comes out of this active participation, which we will hope will continue as new people come to the island, join this community. And I think in some ways the wisdom that we all want to impart into our projects cannot come from a very kind of strict, singular approach, but really now embrace on the, the full fabric of society, different thoughts, different ideas, different personalities, but bring it together with a kind of technological platform that allows all of that to be synthesized into the design concepts that constantly also has to be changed in creating these projects. So it's a really, really, I think, exciting new era of co-designing, not just at the beginning, but throughout the entire life of a project.
If I may add just what you mentioned about small projects, I think it's time to embrace smallness. And Jennifer Robinson has written a lot around ordinary cities, because we're so hung up on becoming global and seeking that validity. But actually, really, the next stage is thinking, how can we be more humble when it comes to architecture, when it comes to the way we build, the way we think, the way we shape community, and the way we repair. And I think when it comes to partnerships, what's really important is that we transcend those boundaries. I mean, I always say we have to look at where boundaries meet rather than separate. And that's really, really important, because if we come to the table with that kind of thinking, you're there to reach some sort of consensus, some sort of collective vision, like you said, to co-think together, rather than, meet someone's agenda. And so I think that's really important, that kind of thinking and notion for partnerships.
And something you just touched on earlier is this, one of the fastest developing spheres here is the rise of digital spaces and virtual spaces and the metaverse. In the cultural world, we've covered quite a few interesting examples where there might be a physical exhibition that is then, where the works are then later exhibited in the metaverse. But there's so many different applications. And it's continuing to grow and it's continuing to develop. What do you think are some of the ways that this growing digital space is affecting the ways in which we see physical space or space in general? And how important, as we continue to move into the digital space, is it that we stay grounded in physical spaces?
So I have a stab at that first, because that's right to the heart of my concerns. I think the fact is that the arrival of digital space as a duality to our everyday conscious real space is something that will no longer be alien to us. I think, whether we're looking on our phones, whether we are watching a movie, whether we are enjoying an immersive experience in the metaverse, that duality has arrived. The question really is that it could open a lot of opportunities, but then also can create a lot of problems for us. That the opportunities are vast because you can bring the billions of people together into one space, can share the experience together, can communicate at a kind of fidelity which, traditionally we can't unless we take an aeroplane somewhere, and we have to do all of that in order to make our networks more vibrant. That's all great, and unlimited creativity in terms of scale of artworks in the metaverse to, incredible superpowers you can have in the metaverse, which are all, I think, innately very attractive to all of us. But that duality also has a danger, where the friction between the virtual and the real becomes something of a problem for us. Now, what is that? So as we move ahead, issues with AI, issues with deep fake, issues with not being able to differentiate anymore what is real and what is unreal is an immense danger facing humanity. For us to be truly happy, are we just being stimulated to be happy, or are we really happy in the space? That's a really big question. And so, one of the things that I think we often get too enamored with as people is these whole breakthroughs, we can go into the metaverse, etc. That's very great. But we must also stay grounded. And actually, I spoke to you previously about this idea that I should say something that I think really brings some insight to this conference. And I came up with this idea that unless we still have physical space, unless we do meet together in a hall like this, unless we are able to verify what we know digitally of each other. So we can know each other through LinkedIn, we can know each other through Zoom. But that today we are all together here physically on this stage, and we just check, oh, Vilma, you really are Vilma. And then, you are who you really are, and you are really as stylish as you are. Then we will never be able to verify. We will never be able to verify what is real and unreal. So great opportunities in that duality between the virtual and the real space. However, the friction between the two is something that we must navigate, we must regulate, we must be cautious about. Because perhaps God never really intended human beings to exist in two worlds. But that we have the technology and the know-how to do so gives us opportunities, but also gives us a great risk. So that's something that I'm very concerned about.
I think today we need places of meaning and culture more than ever before. There's a lot of conversation and divide between the digital and the physical, and then the kind of phygital of it. But I mean, Gerard Delanty has written a lot about community and the definition of community academically. And he kind of said that distinction doesn't really matter because all communities at some point have been imagined, whether they're physical or digital. But what I want to kind of maybe draw attention to when we think about these two formats, and it's something I spent a lot of time thinking during COVID, the kind of global paralysis, was the commons. So going back to the meaning of the commons, and what is the role of culture in public space, and what does it mean for the digital commons? Because that's really important. We don't spend enough time talking about it. But the digital commons kind of don't exist. I mean, it's already owned. It's commodified in the same ways that physical space has been. We don't even tend to investigate much. The spaces we believe are public are usually owned by big conglomerates or corporates. And so we need to investigate and protect this ownership and really think diligently about what does digital commons mean today and what will it look like, what it should look like, and how we're going to protect it and guard it. That's something that I think is really important for us to be thinking about.
I'd now like to take a moment to open the session up to our audience and take some questions from the floor. So if anyone has any questions, could you please raise your hand? Yes, please, Mina.
We must have answered everything. I see more familiar faces. I expect they would raise their hand.
I wanted to go to the point, Vilma, that you said about making sure that we're thinking about the space that we're in when you're creating community and not thinking about it in a modified manner. But at the same time, economics are realities. And so the same, James, when you're describing this new island that you're putting together and citizens through tokens, but there's also an economic value that's necessary to make things happen. And so how do you make sure that it is economically viable? Because we still have to make sure it's economically viable. Sure. But also, how do you balance the short-term, immediate, when you launch something, and the long-term return?
Thank you for the question. I mean, I think to start with, it has to be grounded in long-term thinking. And what I meant when I said that, it's not to ignore the economics. But I think at the moment, economics wins. sustainability element, it's a constant negotiation between environmental, political, social, economic spectrums. But what happens is that economic just takes 90%, and the rest almost get nothing. So I think my question was, in that aspect of more kind of circular economies and economies of repair, how do we divide it across the three or across the four, whichever way we imagine or design or model our own organizations or concepts or neighborhoods. And it was the same with Circle Avenue. I mean, it's a self-sustaining organization. It does not require funding to exist. But what was really important is that the way we created this neighborhood, where we support through partnerships or grants a new generation of thinkers and ideas, so that they have a space to realize those ideas. And while those who are established and want to be part of the community actually compensate that. So these are the, it's like I just think it's how we redesign, and we were lucky that we are founded by the El Circle family who, were not seeking economic gain from the project. And I think that allowed it to really create that very different model for what a neighborhood or a cultural district could look like. So certainly not ignoring economics, it's a very important pillar, but trying to balance it out in a more pragmatic way that allows for social and environmental to play a role because of anthropocenic challenges that we are collectively facing. So I think that's the intent.
Yeah, it's a real world problem we face every day, right? To pay our bills and make sure things are moving along. I think we have to be realistic. I mean, on every project at its inception involves a huge amounts of capital to get it started. So you do need to have that roadmap. You do need to have some rules in place or some protocols in place where there is some economic return. However, I'm just speculating a little bit that as long as that engine has been started, that engine may not have to be maintained in the same way. So what I'm saying is that, a lot of projects could become economically unviable later, but then be sustainable at the same time, in the sense that when you get the community up to a critical mass, there is an economics within. The so-called traditional economics of needing to have money to do trading, to buy food, to pay for the electricity might change because your house is generating the electricity now. The food you buy is you're trading the tomatoes that you are growing in your garden with the lettuce that's been grown by your neighbor. And that's also an economics of a new age. I mean, it sounds like we go backwards, but we can also go forwards. But very true, Mina, what you say is many projects when we start, because we are moving still very slowly from the traditional economic system, involves a lot of capital. And you need to give those investors a sense of return. But then again, I think it's not something that has to last forever. It can, once it gets to a certain critical mass of reaction, hopefully it can work more sustainably and therefore have a greater positive impact on the community. So I'm answering a bit on both sides. We need the money, but then let's not just focus on the money in the long term.
Let's not be greedy, basically.
Yeah.
I think that's the...
Not to be greedy.
Not to be greedy.
Monsieur, the thing is, your firm has been quite unique and has always been celebrated as quite unique because it's focused on a more holistic philosophy of not just creating amazing projects and generating profits, but actually creating projects that respond to people's needs, that actually consider the various needs of all members of society. Is that something that you find is still unique in the industry? Is that something that you see changing? And if not, how do we change that going forward?
I certainly don't think it's unique. I think, as you can see from the audience here, everybody's caring about the future. And so we are engaging with each other, putting efforts into thinking about how to do a better future. So I don't think we're unique in that way. But I think more or less our reason for existing within our philosophy is this immense belief that since we should be grateful for every opportunity and time we have on our planet, that every project that we design and build is an agent of change, that every step we make is creating ripples in destiny, or whatever you want to describe it to be. So the God-given abilities that we have as individual and as a team, as a company, we want to apply them hopefully in the most holistic and positive way. And that whatever we do is not ours. Whatever we do is for the world and has both positive and negative impacts. So let's do our absolute best to try to use our creativity, our innovation, our courage, our experience to not make the same mistakes as before, but ultimately to alleviate the suffering that we all feel every day on this planet. And only by that learning and progress do I believe that design has a value to be pursued. So that's what drives us.
Can I ask both of you, do you recall a space when you really look back, the space where that really kind of first started making you think about spaces and spaces as a place of connectivity and kind of wanting to pursue that further?
So I grew up in Hong Kong, and for those of you who've been to Hong Kong, we are extremely busy, extremely dense, extremely expensive place now. And I think throughout my life, but also recently in my career, I've visited and spent time with people in our city that were very disenfranchised by the rising costs, by having to live in extremely tiny spaces that were bordering on inhumane. And my mission and my purpose as an architect was strengthened every time I saw that, because I was proud of my city, I was proud of Hong Kong, I was proud of China, but we can also see the byproducts of all of those progress was also leaving behind serious problems of space for many, many people. So that constantly makes me think about, are we doing it in the right way? Do we need to change direction? And what should the future really be like in order to avoid these problems again? So that's what drives me when I visit those spaces.
For me, I think it's not about the space, but the role of culture and public art in transforming that space that really drives our work and is a huge part of our mission, really. And, you know, in Al Serkal, we don't even have traditional signage. I mean, we commissioned Mary Ellen Carroll, from an artist based in New York years ago, and she created this work in 2016 titled The Circle Game, and the 2 LED signs that greet you when you arrive, it says, when did you arrive and when will you return? And these were the 2 questions that you can pose to the city of Dubai because of how rapidly it grew as a city, but also to the people of the city. And it was meant to be an ephemeral work, and it became a permanent work. It became part of Al Serkal's identity. And for many people, it's one thing that they always take a photo of, then they come back, then they return. It became part of place. And they have a relationship with that work, and there is a meaning attached to it. And then I conducted my own research at Oxford, asking that very question: what is the role of cultural districts in shaping a sense of belonging in young adults? The kind of stories that I heard for young people, how they connect through culture, in ethnicity and sexuality, and find that sense of belonging in a very troubled world, was fascinating. And so it does come with a really great responsibility. I think that's the kind of closing message, that responsibility is not arbitrary, and the kind of work that we do is important, and most of the time invisible. And that's okay, because we can never measure the kind of sense of belonging that we are creating. You can only see it in attendance and feedback that you get as a cultural institution.
I'm afraid we've run out of time, so on that note, that brings this session to a close. I wish we could discuss this for longer. We've brought up so many different fascinating facets of the subject. I'd like to thank both Vilma and James for being here today.
Thank you.
And thank all of you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. We'd like to now invite everyone to lunch. If you could please return for our next session at 1:30 prompt. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Oh, we're still connected. non-Western contexts. What is the role and what is the public like non-context and how we dimension of space, you tend to lose the aspect that it's not static. It's a space and time, and it's a constant process.
check, 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 check.
Yeah, yeah. Hello. Welcome. Most of the time they are here. Yeah. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Yeah. This one. Yeah, yeah, yeah. 1, 2. Yeah, yeah. Check sun. Sun, down, sun, down. Yeah, sun. Yeah. Yeah. I will test the number 5. Yeah. Ah. Yeah. It's better. Yeah. 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 Check sound. Check sound. Yeah. 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 Check sound. Check sound. Yeah. Check sound. Check sound. Yeah. 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 Check sound. Yeah. Yeah. I test the number 5 now. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Check sound. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah. Check sound. Yeah. Check sound. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Good evening. Good morning. Yeah. 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 Check sound. Yeah. 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 1, 2. Yeah. 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 Check sound. Yeah. Is it okay for you? You have some results? I try to do same as them like that, more. Morpha, to be sure. Okay, okay. So I try like, you see, like that. Or after me, I know to use one microphone. Yeah. This one I cannot help you for girls because my voice is man. What? I off the microphone and I put on the side. Huh? So it's number 3 and 5 are on the side. And number 4, it will be from the stage. If you want, we can test again. Is there on the podium? I will take it and we will test again. Yeah, yeah. Also, we have to change the battery of the podium. There is just one bar. Okay? Yeah. Yeah. All is fine now. Okay. I check again with distance talking. Okay, so. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, yeah, 1, 2, 3, yeah. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming here. Say, do normal voice. I try to do normal voice, like with a distance like that, like without to make more loud, like when they talk, like talking normally, like that, to be here, look. It's the more here, it's the more we can get. Yeah. Okay. Okay. At least this is the metallic nose who always come on the speaker. Yeah, yeah. And you know the sound is coming also when we do. Okay, so when you arrive on stage, you're on his microphone. Like that, there is no feedback. You.
Okay, so this is the volume at which I'll be talking, and I'll be talking to all of the people on this side of the room, on this side of the room, and middle of the room. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here as we start the second part of our Connectivity Forum. Those of you who are not here in the morning, I'm Mina Al-Arabi, I'm the editor-in-chief of The National, and I'm delighted that you're here with us. It's my great pleasure to introduce our next session, which is, no, the mic doesn't work, so I'm going to be here. Okay. Which is Understanding Audiences. And this is going to be a session that requires you to be on your phones, since you're on your phones anyway. We've decided not to fight it, but to embrace it. So we're going to have some live polling during this session at different times, so please take part. And to lead us through the next hour is somebody who is brilliant at helping us understand audiences, but also make sense of data. We have with us the co-founder of Deltapol, Joe Twyman. Joe, over to you.
Thank you, Mina. I'm Joe Twyman, as Mina said, the co-founder of the public opinion consultancy Deltapol. What is a public opinion consultancy? We are in the business of helping people understand. And that's what my talk today is about. Understanding and connecting with your audience in an era of big data. So there's a lot going on there, and I want to take each bit in turn. But before I do, I want to draw your attention to the grey QR codes on the table in front of you. Because at the end of this, I say at the end, for sort of the second half of this, we're going to be doing some live polling. I'm going to be putting questions up on the screen and asking for your responses as the audience here today. And we'll see the results, and we will see how those results compare to countries across the world. In order to log into this, it's the grey QR code, but instructions will come up when we get to that. But before all of that, I want to take you through the story of today. We're going to start with understanding your audience. That's the first bit of today's talk. Then connecting with your audience. And this is a crucial part, because I really believe very strongly that you cannot really connect with your audience if you don't understand that audience. I'll talk about that in more detail, but that is the fundamental basis of this talk today. And then I'm going to talk about the impact of big data, what impact that has had on how we understand and connect with our audiences. And then we're going to go to interactive results, hopefully, and we're going to talk about big picture questions. But I want to start by talking about understanding your audience and what that means. As I say, you cannot connect with your audience if you don't understand them. And we at Deltapol are in the business of doing that. And at this stage, I was inspired, motivated, however you want to characterize it, by a famous quote from the industrialist Henry Ford, who said, "If I'd asked my customers what they wanted, they would have said a faster horse." Henry Ford, of course, the pioneer of the motor car and mass automotive engineering in America. And this, for me, is often used as an example of why people don't understand their audiences. But actually, I think it illustrates very clearly how important knowing your audiences is. It was then, it is now. Because if you had asked your customers simply what they wanted in that era, they may well have said a faster horse, in which case you're not truly understanding your audience. Henry Ford truly did understand the audience. He would suggest, didn't need to ask them, but I would suggest, in contrast, that actually asking the audience, as we will later, is hugely important in connecting.
But when putting this presentation together, I discovered something rather disappointing, and that's that Henry Ford never said this. This is not real. It's a widely quoted statement, but actually he never said it. Instead, what he said was, if there is any one secret of success, it lies in the ability to get the other person's point of view and see things from that person's angle as well as your own. And I think that simply re-emphasizes what I'm saying. So well done, Henry Ford, for both mythically and actually saying the point that I was trying to make. So that's where we start. The idea that you want to understand your audience. But it raises the question, of course, who are your audience? That's a key question whenever seeking to understand this. And indeed, many of the clients that I work with, be they investment companies or political parties or anything in between, are not just interested in their audience. I'm not asking them, who are your audience? I'm also asking, who are their audience? So, their opponents, their competitors, their potential acquisitions. It's about audiences both of your own and of others to really understand that. And who are your audience? Well, it probably goes without saying, but like every good presentation, I'm going to say it anyway. It could be your readers, if you're the national newspaper, or indeed many other media organizations. Or, increasingly, it could be viewers and listeners in a multimedia age, characterized by podcasts and YouTube streams. It could, of course, be your existing customers or your potential customers. All of these are audiences that are crucial to understand if you are to connect with them. Then, of course, if you're a campaign organization, or if you're wanting to change minds, you might want to speak to your supporters and connect with them. And on occasions, you may wish to connect with your opponents. And those supporters and those opponents may have very, very different views about a whole host of things. And then, of course, in my world of political research back in London, it's often about voters. What do voters think on particular issues? This is, of course, particularly important when you come from a country that decides to change its prime minister every 6 months. And an entire population. Your audience could be the entire population of a country. And when we come on to the interactive polling later, one of the things that we will be looking at are results from entire adult populations. So, how do we understand this? How do we connect with these groups? Well, it's really important to do so because of what I call the wicked hierarchy of outcome. If you're to connect properly, you need to really understand. That starts with data. Data in my world means public opinion surveys and various other types of data. But that is not all the data that is out there, as we'll come to when we discuss big data. But data, whether it's sales figures, audience figures, readership figures, or public opinion surveys, are all hugely important because it's from data that you derive information. Information leads to knowledge, and it's that knowledge that leads to understanding and wisdom. But this is a strict hierarchy. And if you don't get the data right, then it doesn't matter how much wisdom and understanding you can bring from outside. If you don't get that data right, you run the risk of fundamental errors when it comes to understanding your audience. And I think the best example of that I have found comes from a British scientist looking at a very difficult subject, specifically sex work and sex trafficking. This is a research scientist called Brooke Magnati from the UK. And she wrote a book on sex work And as part of it, she analysed 2 separate peer-reviewed academic articles. 2 separate academic articles. Prostitution and Trafficking in 9 Countries, an update on violence and post-traumatic stress, and Beyond Gender, an examination of exploitation in sex work. Now, the crucial thing about both of these articles is that they were academically rigorous. They were peer-reviewed. They were published in recommended, esteemed academic journals. So you would hope that the findings and wisdom gained from that were helpful, were useful to the book that Brooke McNatty was writing. And part of the work that was done asked about the percentage of sex workers wishing to stop working in the industry within 3 years. Farley et al. Found that figure was 89% through the surveys and the public opinion that was conducted by them. Jenkins found the figure was 3%. So is the answer 3% or is the answer 89%? If you are a legislator, if you are trying to work in this area, which one do you choose? Which one is the truth? Is the truth that almost all or almost none wish to exit the industry within 3 years? The answer is, ultimately, having looked at both articles, they were both wrong. They were both wrong. So if you used either, the data would be bad and it would undermine the rest of that wicked hierarchy. You would gain no understanding and no wisdom from that poor quality data. There was failure to address key aspects of understanding your audience. And I've put a picture here. This is how all research agencies in Britain advertise their services, with a woman of indeterminate ethnicity with a headset. I cannot stress enough how that is completely removed from the reality of political polling and opinion research in Britain. I have never met anyone who looks like that working in political research. Firstly, she's female, which is a big departure for many of us. But anyway, I digress. The secret to success in understanding is pretty simple. You just have to ask the right questions to the right people at the right time in the right way. That's how you understand your audience. But inevitably, of course, it is more complicated than that. It's a lot more complicated. The right questions can mean many, many different things. It can take many, many different forms. You can ask questions that are fair and balanced and tease out the nuance in opinions, or you can ask broad questions that are difficult to answer, that don't allow people to express their true beliefs. When it comes to the right people, the key to this is representative data. Data that is representative of the audience as a whole. And so simply speaking to some people can be enough in certain circumstances. I'll come on to talk about that. But if you speak to the wrong people, if you speak to people who are not representative of the wider audience, it will fundamentally undermine the data that you're collecting and affect your understanding. The timing can also make a huge difference. Any kind of opinion research, whether it's the kind that we're doing here among you today or the kind that is conducted every day across the world, is simply a snapshot of public opinion at that given time. And people's views can and do change. They evolve. Sometimes they change very quickly, sometimes very gradually, but they do change. And simply sticking with a single finding, a single moment of time, is often not enough. In 1966, Gallup, the American research agency, asked about attitudes to Martin Luther King. It found that 32% of people in America in 1966 had a positive view of Martin Luther King. By 1999, Americans, via a Gallup survey, selected Martin Luther King as the second greatest person of the 20th century, behind Mother Teresa. Opinions, and therefore understanding, changes over time. And also, surveys can be conducted in the right way and the wrong way. A lot of surveys in more economically active countries are conducted online nowadays, but that doesn't work in other countries. For 3 years, I worked in Baghdad, conducting surveys among the Iraqi population. That was done mainly via face-to-face research, because that was the right way to do things. Failure to ask in the right way, again, undermines your questions. So, I want to give you an example of how this works in practice. And in order to do that, I want to go back to the beginning of understanding audiences, the beginning of what geeks like me call quantitative research. Now, some of you may be saying, didn't quantitative research technically begin in Babylon in the 4th century, 4,000 years ago? And yes, it did. So yes, I know we're basically at the home of quantitative research, but you'll have to forgive me. I'm going to concentrate instead on modern quantitative research, which began with the Harrisburg Pennsylvanian in 1824. Now, the examples that I'm giving from the history of research, from the history of understanding audiences, certainly at the beginning tend to be political in nature. The reason for that is that it's very rare that you get the opportunity to test your methods and your process against an actual outcome. But of course, elections, be they presidential elections or general elections in other countries, provide that opportunity. You can say, this is what voters, the electorate says, and you're held to account. And the Harrisburg Pennsylvanian is a good example of that. Harrisburg Pennsylvania was a newspaper in America, and it conducted the first reported opinion poll in 1824. And it found that Andrew Jackson was on course to win the US presidential election ahead of John Adams. Now, the good news for the Harrisburg Pennsylvanian is that Andrew Jackson did become US president. The bad news for the Harrisburg Pennsylvanian is that it wasn't in 1824. The very first example of trying to understand an audience that was ever published was wrong, and was wrong by some distance. Why was that? Well, it was based on 504 people in one town in Pennsylvania, trying to explain an entire audience across 13 different colonies at the time. So perhaps, to our eyes nowadays, not a surprise that understanding went wrong. The Literary Digest, an American periodical, improved somewhat on that success. It had a marketing campaign where it asked people to write on a card who they were going to vote for at the presidential election, and then send that card in to the Literary Digest, also saying whether they wanted to subscribe to the magazine or not. It was an interesting marketing campaign that worked very well. And it turns out it predicted the presidential election correctly in 1916, 1920, 1924, 1928, and 1932. So by 1936, when millions of people were now sending back their cards to the Literary Digest, it was felt that this was the way to understand audiences. What happened? On the front cover of the Literary Digest in 1936, they teased that inside the result would be announced. And so it was. Alf Landon was announced as the winner of the 1936 presidential election. And for anyone who knows anything about American politics, they may be wondering who President Landon is. He, it turns out, was not the winner. The winner is far better known, a guy called Franklin D. Roosevelt. Not only was Roosevelt's victory confirmed, it was also overwhelming. Alf Landon received 38% of the vote, 62% for FDR, a margin of victory among the largest of all US presidential elections. And once again, attempts to understand the audience went wrong. If you want to understand the audience, you needed to follow the ideas, which we still use today, of the new kid on the block, George Gallup. George Gallup's principle was, rather than focusing on millions of responses, to instead get a representative sample, to represent the audience you are trying to understand in a better way. And so that meant the right number of, for instance, old people, young people, men, women, people who live in the South, people who live in the North, etc., etc., if you want to represent that entire audience. Similarly, if you're with a company and you want to represent your employees, or if you're run a company that uses a particular customer base, then that customer base needs to be represented in terms of its demographics and much more. And George Gallup correctly predicted the 1936 US presidential election using this method, and went on to predict many other things, including the 1945 general election, which was far closer and far more of a surprise than America's 1936 presidential election. So the principle of understanding audiences is based on these principles. The question some people have is, well, how can just a small sample of people be representative of the wider population? How can just some people represent an entire audience? And the answer to that was provided very helpfully from Gallup. He used the example of soup. If you have a pot of soup, a big vat of soup to feed everyone here, you don't need to taste all the soup to know what flavor it is. Instead, providing it's mixed properly, you just need a couple of teaspoonfuls. Similarly, if you go to the doctor and they take a blood test, I would advise them not to take all of your blood. It's a similar principle. Of course, it's up to you. If you wish for the doctors to take all of your blood, that is entirely your decision. So, as time went on, Gallup's principles were used again and again, but they didn't always go, shall we say, brilliantly. And as time has moved on more recently, the question of how you connect with your audience is certainly something that has been raised many times. As we enter the later years of the 2020s, there are, of course, many, many ways to connect with audiences. Many more ways than there were even 5 years ago, let alone 10, 20, 50 years ago. In the era, particularly of social media, that interaction, that connection, tends to be two-way as well, and there are implications to that. But we're interested, when looking at understanding, in understanding how you connect with the audience, because there are different ways in which you connect, and measuring that is hugely important to understanding. You can measure awareness. If you're a campaign organization that is simply looking to build profile, or if you're Steve Jobs launching the Apple Mac in 1984, the first thing you want, and maybe the only thing you care about, is awareness. And you can measure this through various different ways, and public opinion surveys form an important part of that. But it's not everything. Because you can have awareness, but is that the same as agreement? If you're a campaign organization and you're looking to really engage with people, you don't just need someone to be aware of your campaign or your product or your output. You need them to agree with it as well. Now, I'm not here to say how you gain that agreement, but I am here to measure that agreement. That's where we come in, to measure the degree to which people agree with things. But even that increasingly is found to be not enough, and I'll come on to why. But the important bit is emotions. Some of you may have noticed that over the last 5 to 10 years, in many cases, in many countries, things have become, how shall I characterize it, more emotional. And as those emotions rise, emotional resonance becomes hugely important. You might agree with something, you might be aware of something, but if it doesn't connect with your heart, then is it really working? Well, the question remains to be seen. And even if it emotionally connects, can you bring about behavioral change? And to demonstrate why this is so important, I want to turn to a British example, arguably the most important political example of the last, however you want to count it, 50 or perhaps coming on to 100 years, the Brexit referendum. During the Brexit referendum, there were two main arguments by either side. The campaign to stay within the European Union emphasized the idea that the economic consequences of Brexit would be enormous. Project Fear, it was described. Leaving the European Union would have economic consequences. This was seen as a big argument. On the other side, those who wished to leave the European Union campaigned on the idea of taking back control. The idea that decisions would be made by those people in Britain, that we wouldn't be affected by people in Brussels and the European Union. Now, at Deltapol, we developed something called the emotional resonance score. The emotional resonance score uses complicated calibrated technology to measure the degree to which people not just agree with a statement, but emotionally connect with it. And never was that more important than when looking at communicating with these audiences, Leavers and Remainers. 55% of people agreed with the take back control argument, 46% of people agreed with Project Fear. So in both cases, actually, a plurality agreed and relatively high levels of agreement. But the crucial number here is on the right-hand side, the ERS score out of 100. 57 out of 100 for Project Fear, 26 out of 100 for Project Fear, 57 for Take Back Control. The vote leave argument resonated with people emotionally in a way that the Remain argument simply didn't. So understanding how you connect with audiences relies increasingly on that idea of emotional connection. It's not enough, as people in Britain know on a daily basis, it's not enough to simply have agreement. You have to have that connection. And one of the things we did after this was once the Brexit vote had gone through, we then tested the degree to which a series of messages about Brexit were resonating in the years following. And we found, just before Theresa May left office, that across all of the measures we ran, emotional connection had fallen off a cliff. You couldn't effectively connect with your audience discussing Brexit using any of these messages. The reasons for that were complex and were numerous, but essentially people had switched off. Emotionally, they were no longer engaging, and this was very clear in the data. So to understand how to connect with audiences, I emphasize, it's not just head, it's heart as well. And so, what about big data? The era of big data. How does this change things? Well, the first question that I get asked a lot is, well, what do you mean by big data? And what I mean varies, depending on who I'm talking to. But it's always based on the idea of opinion data. And I know that that is only a small part of big data. And big data now encompasses all sorts of things, much of which can be used in good ways and bad ways to understand and connect with audiences. But it's been described by the World Economic Forum as the fourth industrial revolution, that it could be hugely important. Why is that? It's because of the amount of data that's out there. Let me give you an example. There was 5, I think it's pronounced exabytes, who knows? There was 5 exabytes of information created between the dawn of civilization through to 2003. That was from Eric Schmidt when he was CEO of Google back in 2010. He was giving a presentation, and he was talking about the fact that 5 exabytes, which is 5 million terabytes of information, was created between the dawn of civilization to 2003. By 2010, it was estimated the world would create more data than that every 2 days. So every 2 days, by 2010, we were creating more data than we had from the dawn of civilization to 2003. That's what we mean by big data. By 2025, it is estimated the world will create more data than that every 16 minutes. Every 16 minutes, in just 2 years' time, we will create more data than from the dawn of time to 2003, which I think we can all agree is a really long time. Every 16 minutes. Of course, some people think of these things purely in terms of computers. Our computers, our laptops, our phones, but it's so much more than that now. It's everything from your computer to your smart fridge. Does anyone have a smart fridge? No, never found anyone who has a smart... Oh, one person has a smart fridge. Finally found the one person who has a smart fridge. And for reasons that we'll come on to, I hope it wasn't one of these. Your fridge is recorded, if you have a smart fridge that's connected to Wi-Fi, it's recording the contents of the fridge. All that data is being stored as part of the Internet of Things. And the Internet of Things is what's been so important in delivering big data. And all of that can be used by Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Netflix, and Google, but it can also be used by organizations such as my own. This is, again, looking at Vote Leave, and it's taking more data than simply agree or disagree, support, oppose. And it's doing what's called a binomial logit analysis to understand the underlying motivations. Because if you want to connect with your audience, understanding those underlying motivations is really important, as Henry Ford knew, and as that false quote says. And so this looks at, once you control for other factors, what are the most important things deep down in determining whether someone was a supporter of Brexit or not. And you can also bring a lot of data together to do far more complicated analysis than anything that was possible. This is a map showing audience connection. Unfortunately, I can't tell you what the data says, but you'll have to trust me when I say it's very interesting. And it was produced using something called multi-level regression with post-stratification weighting, which, for those of you that don't speak cybergeek, essentially allows you to model connections among audiences across very diverse geographical areas, but also to model what individual areas within that look like. And so you can model connection for a product, a service, an organization, a campaign, an individual, and see the degree to which that person, that organization, etc., connects with their audiences on a vast scale. But there are bad signs. Signs that this is not all good news. And my favorite example of the downsides of big data comes from Adele. Adele, the British pop singer. What has Adele got to do with big data? Big data has heralded a huge amount of information and data in lots of different areas of our lives, but particularly in public opinion research. Unfortunately, a lot of that data is now of very poor quality. And anyone who's tried to use ChatGPT will know that some of the responses it comes up with are not necessarily particularly helpful. So Adele provides my favorite example of bad big data. And it comes from the Daily Mail, specifically the Mail Online, one of the widest read news sites in the English-speaking world. And it announced that, I can't believe I'm even saying this, 64% of women, 2/3 of women, 2 in every 3 women have listened to Adele's song Hello, and as a result have called an ex in order to reconcile. 2/3, 2 in every 3 women. Now the article doesn't specify whether we're talking about all women in the world or all women in Britain or America or all women reading the Mail Online. But regardless of the audience it's talking about, the suggestion that 2 in every 3 women have not just listened to Adele's song Hello, which is a bit of a stretch to begin with, but also have called an ex to reconcile. Where does this come from? This comes from a survey, specifically a study by the dating website whatsyourprice.com. I'll say that again. The dating website whatsyourprice.com, a site where you can go and register your interest in being paid to go out on dates and your interest in paying someone to go out on a date. And in case you're wondering, yes, that is very dodgy sounding to me too. So, there are bad signs to big data as well. Cambridge Analytica and what we saw with that, deeply problematic. Facebook has been asked, along with Twitter and many other social media platforms, has been asked to speak in front of the US Congress about their use and misuse of data. And I'm sure I don't need to remind anyone about the huge amounts of misinformation and disinformation that is now part of that huge amount of data created every 16 minutes. The Internet of Things provides that data, but it also has a flip side of bad news. Remember that smart fridge? This is a Samsung smart fridge. It uses a version of Linux in order to analyze the food in your fridge. Those fridges were hacked. An exploit was used by a hacker to launch the largest denial of service attack ever in the world at that time. It was so large, it was 4 times the size of any denial of service attack. For those of you that don't know, that's basically you bombard a website, in this case a tech journalist's website. You bombard it with requests until the website crashes. That denial of service attack was 4 times the size of anything that had previously existed, and it was all powered by hacked smart fridges across the globe. So, big data is not all good news, but it is a crucial aspect of the process. I now want to turn to the interactive results section. This is a series of polls, hopefully, that will show you where our audience sits compared to the world. So please join at slido.com. You can use this QR code or you can use the QR code in front of you. The way it's going to work, he says, hopefully, aspirationally, is that I'm going to ask a question and we're going to all vote and see what happens. So, if you're ready, we'll start. Overall, compared to 5 years ago, do you feel more safe, less safe, or about as safe as you did 5 years ago? These questions are all taken from reputable international surveys, from Pew, from Gallup, and from the World Values Survey. If you could all 60, the number in the top right-hand corner is going up nicely. And we're going to start off with general overall questions, and then we're going to look at some key questions of the day. I have no idea how long it takes for people to vote, but please vote early, vote often, as they used to say. When the number stops going up, okay, right. So let's look at the results among this audience. And I should say, I'm going to make all of this data, the data that I show, but also the data that's collected from the audience. We're going to, at an aggregate level, not at your individual level, we're going to make that available to the national for their use. The answer, 37% feel more safe, 32% about as safe, 28% less safe. How does that compare internationally? Plurality of people feeling more safe. Well, let's look at different countries. And you can see there's a big divide. Across all of these slides, I haven't been able to include all of the countries' results, but I have included the G7 where possible. I've included the UAE where possible, but then I've also included those at either end of the scale. 8% in France feel more safe. 31% feel less safe. 56%, more than half of people in Brazil, feel less safe. 66% in China, and a majority of the UAE feels more safe. Next, which statement is close to your view? Either is neither is exactly right. Your country will be better off in the future if it sticks to its traditions and way of life. Your country will be better off in the future if it opens to changes regarding its traditions and way of life. So, please vote now. This key, I don't really know what to do on stage while people are voting. This is an important question about the nature of our countries and how we view the future. 62, 65. Can we get to? I feel like an auctioneer now. Can I see 70? 66. Okay, that's probably enough. What we see here among this group, and may I say, I'm not entirely surprised by this, we see an embrace of change and an openness, characteristic, I might say, of this region, more so than certain regions in my own country. How does that compare internationally? As you can see, a huge variation, but again, one that is perhaps not that surprising. South Korea and Singapore overwhelmingly have a view towards change. In contrast, Greece, Hungary, France, Israel, far less likely to support change. And the United Kingdom, 69% for change, despite so much emphasis in my own country on continuity and tradition over the last few years. Next, when you add up all the advantages and disadvantages of social media, would you say social media has been more of a good thing or more of a bad thing for democracy in your country? Good thing or bad thing? So we've gone from big questions to now questions about social media. Such an important aspect of modern life in so many different countries. Up to 51. What do we find? Good thing. 2/3 to 1/3. Oh, creeping up. Good. A good thing for your country. How does that compare? Well, again, big differences. Look at the United States. Only 1/3 of people in the United States believe that it is a good thing for democracy in their country. And that compares to 3/4 of people in Singapore and 2/3 of people in Poland. In the UK, We're split pretty much down the middle. Next, do you think access to the internet and social media has made people more or less informed about current events in your country? Or has it not made an impact either way? Overwhelmingly, more people believe that it has made people more informed. And this, interestingly, is very closely aligned with the general picture. For many countries, you can see at the top there, Sweden, Japan, Netherlands, and Greece, forming the top tranche of respondents, there is a feeling that it makes people that it provides more information, but even among the least popular countries, the countries where it's least popular, United States and Malaysia and Belgium, you still have a majority of people believing that it's provided more. And then next, do you think access to the internet and social media has made people more or less easy to manipulate with false information and rumors? Or has it not had an impact either way? So people have access to more information, but do they also have access to more disinformation? Is there a flip side to this good news? What do we find? Overwhelmingly more. More easy to manipulate with false information and rumors. And across the world, that is a widely held belief. And for me, this demonstrates the nuances of public opinion. If you want to understand, if you want to connect with your audiences, appreciating those nuances is hugely important. Because yes, people believe that you can get that it can be good for democracy, that it can provide more information, but also that it can provide disinformation. Next, how worried are you that your personal information may be stolen when using social media? Somewhat worried is the consensus here. Worldwide, it varies enormously. Brazil, Iraq, India, concern is much, much higher. The UK and the UAE, it's somewhat worried that wins out. UAE is not worried. Half of people here, along with Jordan, are not worried about that. So that demonstrates nuances around social media. What about AI? These days, there are machines or robots that can think and make decisions on their own, often known as artificial intelligence. Do you think artificial intelligence will mostly help or mostly harm people in this country in the next 20 years? Will AI be a help or a harm? Mostly a help. That's what we think here. What does the world think? I would describe this as unsure. The jury is still very much out on AI across the world. And whereas for an audience such as this, it may be seen as a positive, that is certainly not the case for wider audiences across different countries. From AI to climate change, do you think climate change is a very serious threat, a somewhat serious threat, or not a threat to the people in this country in the next 20 years? %69% here, very serious threat. But that is in contrast to many countries in the world, but at the same time aligned with others. You see a huge difference from China and Saudi Arabia and the UAE at the bottom, up to Brazil, United Kingdom, and Italy at the top. Could you tell me how much confidence you have in the press? You'll have to excuse the question wording. This is an example of what happens when you use international wording that works equally well or equally badly in all different countries. How much trust and confidence do we have in the press? I have a sense of what we might get among this audience. What do we find? Not bad. Not bad. Certainly better than the results worldwide. You can see that, that nowhere is there a huge amount of trust, except perhaps with Japan. But what about going further? Journalists and media involved in corruption. Is it a few of them, none of them, most of them, all of them? A few of them is the view in here, but what do we find? A few of them similarly, but some countries very much the outlier. Indonesia, Singapore, and Turkey, far more likely to say none. Japan, Peru and Greece particularly, most of them. Huge variation depending on which country you are from. Next, the effects of immigration. The effects of immigration on the development of your country. For each of the following effects of immigration, please tell me whether you agree or disagree with it. Leads to social conflict. So does immigration lead to social conflict? Agree or disagree? I'm running over time, so apologies for that, but I'm also going to fast forward through this. Disagreement here, in the majority. Overall, again, big, big differences. Jordan, Germany, two countries that have experienced enormous amounts of immigration over the last few years, agree. Indonesia, Philippines, Iran, China, disagree. And then with Britain and the United States, relatively similar results there in the middle. How about people from other countries coming here to work? Which of the following do you think the government should do? Let anyone who comes in let anyone come who wants to. Let people come as long as they're here. As long as there are jobs available, place strict limits on the number of foreigners who can come here, prohibit people coming here from other countries and don't know. Let people come here as long as there are jobs available, which is, in many cases, the favored response across the world. And again, a reflection of the nuances in public opinion. Whether you agree or disagree with immigration, can often be explained in more detail by whether you are, shall we say, economically pragmatic about the situation. How satisfied are you with how the political system is functioning in the country these days? Not satisfied at all, to 10, or to 9? How is it functioning in your country? There is a 10 there, it just wasn't on the slide. A lot of satisfaction in this room, but perhaps the international comparison is more interesting. 8 to 10 there. Vietnam, Tajikistan, and South Korea at one end. Brazil, Zimbabwe, Puerto Rico, Iraq at the others. And then again, the G7 countries. You have the United States and Great Britain in the middle, and Canada and Germany at the other end. And then lastly, from what you know, how would you rank the following countries and groups of countries in terms of their importance in the world? So this is a ranking question. Not sure how this is going to work on the app. Let's find out. So you have to rank all of these. Now, good news. This is exclusive data. What I'm about to show you has not been seen by anyone. I don't know why the African Union suddenly got that. Yeah, I think this is more difficult to use, which is why I put it at the end. But this is exclusive data from Delta Poll. We conducted a survey looking at the relative importance of different countries and groups of countries among European countries and the United States in order to view among European countries how the world order looked. And so what did we find? Ten participants are ranking as we speak, 9, 7. So we have the United States, China, the European Union, the Arab League, Russia, Great Britain. Oh, Great Britain's dropped off. I don't think I envisaged this would take quite so long, so. All right, we're going to get to 50, and then I'm going to show the results. Although it's pretty obvious. Oh. Okay. So those are the results. US, China, European Union, Arab League, India, Russia. What do the countries of Europe and the US think? Well, they all put the United States at 1. Then there's some debate about whether it's the European Union or China, and then Britain comes further down, except in Britain, where we put ourselves at number 2, where we believe that Great Britain is the second most important country in the entire world, which I think tells you an awful lot about me and everyone like me. But perhaps of interest to this group, Australia ranks above the Arab League. Australia responsible for, and the Arab League, obviously responsible for quite a lot. And yet, there we are. And the African Union and Brazil at the bottom as well. This shows you where we are in terms of the new order as viewed by Europe and the United States. They still see the European Union and the United States as the most important countries and groups of countries in the world. They see China as important, but Britain up there as well, still based on the old ideas of the Security Council, and so on and so forth. So this is just an illustration of what this audience thinks. As I say, I will connect up. I want to leave you with this to finish. This is from Douglas Adams. He says, I've come up with a set of rules that describe our reactions to technologies, and I think this is the best way of explaining big data. Anything that is in the world when you're born is normal or ordinary, is just a natural part of the way the world works. Anything that's invented between when you're 15 and 35 is new and exciting and revolutionary, so you can probably get a career in it. Anything invented after you're 35 is against the natural order of things. I think if you want to understand your audience, if you want to connect with your audience, and if you're doing this in an era of big data, it's very important to remember that. Thank you very much. My name is Joe Twyman. These are my contact details. I'm also on whatsyourprice.com if you are particularly interested in that, but there we go. Thank you.
Okay. Well, Joe, that was brilliant. Especially the last slide keeps us thinking about what you're doing when we're not bringing you to Abu Dhabi to speak to us. So understanding our audiences, crucial part of what we try to do also as journalists, to know how we are presenting what interests you, how we are informing you, how we are entertaining you. And yet, there is so much information. We've talked a lot so far today about information, data, responsiveness, what moves us, what informs us, how physical spaces impact us. Our next session, I'm filling airtime as we get the stage ready, so just bear with me here. So our next session is really about the future of information and how we connect. And we have a stellar panel, 3 great speakers, led by my colleague Ines Rifai, who is our head of multimedia, who's responsible for getting us all to think about stories and news, not only in written formats, but of course in audio and video, where so much of how you consume your information and news comes now. So Ines, the floor is yours as you introduce your panel.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for being here today. It's been such a great day, and I can't wait to share the stage with everybody that we have planned. So please join me in welcoming Raju Narasetti, who is the Global Publishing Director of McKinsey & Co., Anthony Nakash, Managing Director of Google, MENA, and Nat Baran, our very own CEO at IMI Holding. Thank you so much for joining me. I feel quite far away from everybody. Okay, so when I was thinking about this topic and Mina mentioned it, I think there's something that we all have in common in this world, in this era, and that's fighting to keep the attention of audiences, which are constantly distracted. And in the future of information and the ways we connect, it is growing, and I think that's something that I would like to talk to you all today. So how do organizations stay above the noise? Nat, I wanted to speak to you first. What tactics do you think are important to remain relevant to our audience?
Okay. Is this working?
I hope so.
I hope so. I think so. Well, thank you very much. But if I may, before I answer that question, I just want to say we at IMI are extremely proud of what the National has been able to achieve over the last 15 years. We are very proud of Mina and the team, and we thank her for the event and also for keeping us through most of the time. So thank you very much. Just just to answer that question, maybe I'm a little bit old school, that I'm going to show my age and how long I've been in this business. But it's really the tactics that are being used at the moment. It all depends on the behavior of the users and the audiences, and that's what we're focusing on. I don't think we all remember the power of the thumb, where we used to switch the remote control and the radio dial and flip pages. Funny enough, the thumb is still the most important tool, but now we're going up and down, scrolling and picking everything with our right hand. And if it does, and now we're even too lazy to use our left hand to start typing. So everything has to happen with your right hand, or your left. If you're a lefty, we're using your thumb. So those are really some of the things that we know as a fact with all our experience in media. Being a TV person as well, the way we've all the screen architecture and everything that we've done in the past. If you look at the ticker that's there on the TV now, I can guarantee you, if you're interested in any sort of type of news, you probably have seen it or heard it on your social media feed or your push notification, and you're not waiting for that ticker to tell you what's going on. So everything has changed, and everything has become somehow a little bit more difficult sometimes to attract more and more of the audience. However, I think they really fall into two main buckets. One, the tactics that are related to the content, and the tactics that are related to the platforms and the technology that we're using at the moment. And I think when it comes to the content, understanding our audience and understanding what exactly that they're looking for, it's now a two-way conversation and no longer a linear conversation with an audience where you hear, where you're just telling them what you think. Now it's a two-way conversation, and understanding the audience is one of the most important things. The second thing is, and we always say, the high-quality content, and I think the high-quality content is always going to be the most important thing. Now, these days, with the blurred lines between misinformation and sometimes truth is only what you see in your own eyes, make things a little bit more difficult. But for sure, the content and the quality of content is always going to be the most important thing. And the way you tell your story, the way you engage, the way what tools you're using are also very important in terms of how you're displaying your content. When it comes to the platform, I think we're at a stage now where multi-channel, we need to embrace that, where you're creating content and you have to think of it, which content is going to go on which platform, in which format. And thinking of your owned and operated platforms as the place where everybody's going to go, I think it's a little bit naive. And you need to make sure that the content is done, edited, and created in a way that can go onto multi-platforms and multi-channels. The whole thing about data-driven is extremely important, and I think that's another tactic that we must use in terms of how we actually use the data to create the content. Lastly, new technologies, which I think is probably the most scary part for anyone in a media business. And that is, previously you would be able to say, let's see how that platform or that technology is performing, and then we can decide whether we want to take part. I think these days you have to take the risk. You have to take the risk of joining the bandwagon of whatever that's being out there in terms of technology in order to be the first. It's okay to be the first and successful, and you have to accept that sometimes you'll be the first and maybe not very successful. But being able to embrace the technology and embrace different platforms is something that is now becoming a must for everyone. You can't hold back and see what everybody else is doing. You have to be the first. You have to be the one who's taking that chance. Sometimes you make it and sometimes you don't, but you have to accept that.
Yeah, I know it's a big challenge in the industry, and I know from working in other places, we've all faced it. I quite like the idea of getting rid of the ticker or completely. You can try telling Sky News that. I'm going to go to Raji next. So you advise people all the time in the industry. How do you advise people to stand out?
Yeah, before I answer, I also want to thank Meena and the national team for having us here.
Only the national can pull off a counter-programming against a very important Arab League meeting today and have all of you here than watching what's happening there. So thanks to the audience. Inas, I think for us, the challenge is even more complicated because McKinsey Publishing or any B2B publishing is not in the news business. So we don't have the luxury of using news as a way to engage audiences. But it does go back to a fundamental way to think about this, right? Which is that none of us are really competing against each other in that sense. The one thing we're all competing for is the single non-renewable resource our audience has, which is their time, right? If you can get 10 more minutes of that, you've kind of won the battle, because what you do with those 10 minutes is up to you. So if you think that way, then for us at McKinsey Publishing, it begins with this notion that everybody has good ideas. Everybody now has similar good content. So good content, I think, has become table stakes. What is more important for us is like, is that content actionable? So we would like to think of everything we do as insights to impact. So if you focus on being able to provide that roadmap where a CEO is reading something from us and saying, well, it's not exactly talking about my situation, I'm seeing things here that I can actually use to solve my problem. So we've moved past this notion that you just have to have great ideas. I think that's given now. So focusing on what can you do with those ideas has been a good way for us to kind of break through the clutter of everybody having good ideas and having good content. The second piece, and Nat referred to it as well, which is if you assume that everybody has the same content, more or less. Occasionally you may have a breaking news, but the advantage of an exclusive piece of news is now minutes because everybody else can catch up very quickly with you. The differentiator, I think, is that creating an experience layer on top of the content layer. By that I mean, if you're reading, take the Arab League story, for example. If you're reading about it, everybody has the same news because it's happening in one Jeddah and everybody is following it. But the experience of consuming that at the national can be very different than consuming it somewhere else, because you've created multimedia, you have a columnist doing a perspective, you have the straight news. All of that adds up to creating an experience that only the national can do in a differentiated way. And if you can layer that experience and make that unique, then I think you can build loyalty and have engagement, so that the next time somebody is thinking about following an event, they could say, the last time I did this at the national was more interesting and more engaging. Let me start there. So I think thinking of it as having a content layer that is great, but that's table stakes, and then having a very unique experience layer, often multimedia, I think is the way to stand out.
Yeah, I mean, even from my short amount of time at the National, I've just realized how important our voice is in this region and giving that extra perspective, which puts us above other publications. Anthony, what challenges do you think are common in keeping those attentions? I'm sure you have a lot of data going through Google.
So we're not a publisher, so we're looking at things in a different way, obviously. And the first thing is just to recognize that internet has brought a lot of good things, okay? But it also has challenges, like any other technology. We like to think about it as like, this is the mirror, like the online world is a mirror of all the societal changes that you see offline. So with the proliferation of the platforms, of the tech platforms, it made access to information a lot easier, no doubt, which is probably a good thing, right? But when it comes to attention, I like to break it down and probably looking at two different things, using like the push and the pull analogy. So consumers today, they want more options. They want more content. So they are pushing to actually be on more platforms, to actually get access to more tools and services that will actually serve their needs, whether it's consuming news, like streaming videos, getting entertained. So here we're really about like the consumer needs are driving the supply platform. That's one thing, that's the push. On the other side, at the same time, the consumers are pulled in many different directions from many different sources of information, and that can be overwhelming and potentially dangerous. We're talking about fake news, disinformation, spam, and a lot of other things. So tech platforms have a responsibility in this world. In responsibility towards their users of the platform, making sure that their well-being and their mental health is respected. And it's especially true when it comes to kids and young children who are actually now growing up on devices. So all tech platforms need to play a role. At Google, we look at it in different ways. So, for instance, on YouTube, you can set reminders to take a break. So you're not going to consume as much. You have that reminder. By default, as well, the notification, all the vibrations and the sounds and everything will be turned off between 10 p.m. and 8 a.m., just to make sure that you're not interrupted during your night. Talking about kids, we also have an app called Family Link that really help parents manage the screen time of their kids, where they are spending their time, how much of their time they are spending. And it's also very important that, obviously, we think about how we're going to surface authoritative content and making sure that the quality of the content from reputable publishers is actually surfaced online. But we can't do that on our own. It's a collective effort. We need to understand where the attention is spent and work on media literacy, like educating people, starting with kids, as I said, but like families, parents, educators, civic society, everyone has a role to play.
I think you bring up a really interesting point, which is this information which we're sharing is also going cross-generation, which is probably one of the first times we've seen it. Data is gold, and we mention it all the time in the industry. I'm going to come back to you, Anthony, because Google is seen as the kind of hub of searchable data. I was at Google recently, and they said that their mission is to make all of the world's information searchable, which is an incredible mission statement to have. What has it taught you personally with working with so much knowledge?
So, organizing the world's information, making it universally accessible and useful for everyone is our mission, and has been our mission for 25 years. So since the very beginning of Google, and it's fascinating actually, because it's a mission that's still true today. Like, that's something that we are working on, and that personally keeps me extremely motivated. So we have a lot of information. We see a lot of it through search, and it's teaching us a couple of things. First of all, it matters. It's important. Like, people come to Google, look for information about things that they really care about. They really matter. So if you look at the UAE, for instance, during the COVID period, 90% of people in the UAE were coming to Google search to actually find the latest information from the health authorities. During that same period of time, 85% of people went to search to actually learn new skills. So they come to Google because they're looking for information that really matters. So it's important, it matters is the first thing. The second thing is that it's a very hard problem. There is a lot of data out there, and whether it's technically or organizationally, it's difficult. But it's also very difficult because the expectations keep changing, and I think it's probably something that's actually very important for publishers to take into consideration. What we see, we have billions of queries every day on our platform. 15% of them are new. Every single day, we're talking about dozens and hundreds of millions of queries are new. We've never seen them, but we still need to actually provide an answer. So it's a never ending process for us, and it's a hard problem to solve. That amount of information and knowledge also gives us great power to bring new, amazing experiences. So we're moving away from just giving just a response and trying to actually bring more value to the user. For instance, a feature that you have on search is about sea. So if you go and type how tall is Burj Khalifa, you will get how high it is, but you also get a panel on the right side that will give you more information, linking to a website that will give you more insight, but also the platform that gives you access to the tickets to actually go and visit it, for instance. So it gives you more power to actually deliver better experiences. But we also realize that it has to come with a very responsible approach. People come to Google because, as we said, they come to find information that matters to them, and they trust us to deliver the right information. So we need to make sure that the information is correct, that is providing value to them, that the data that we are collecting to actually deliver these experiences is done like in a privacy-safe way and is secure. There is also a lot of responsibility that comes with it.
There's a lot of responsibility. I'm actually going to come to Nat now. I know we use data all the time in journalism to know what we should be talking about and what people are generally interested in. How much do you think we should allow data to guide our industry?
I don't think it's up to us, to actually, whether we decide to allow or not to allow. You don't have much of a choice. You have to look at the data. You have to look at what's going on. Data gives you the insights into what is going on with your audience. But I think from a publisher, from a media point of view, where we came and where we are now has really come a long way. So previously, it used to be everything was done over the phone. You'd call, you'd see what the ratings are, circulation of newspapers, and so on. So this is the old way of we used to do it, which was extremely inaccurate, and you can't build any content or any strategy according to that most of the time. Now we're down to the nuance of data. We know who, where, why, who they are, their age, their sex. All that kind of data is extremely important for you to be able to devise your content. But it's also about what content is working, what is not, how you pivot, how you change. And I think that kind of data is extremely important for everyone in media, or in news, at least in these days. However, I think the benefit of data, which helps us to create better content, doesn't necessarily mean that it's giving us the edge from a commercial or from a revenue perspective. So we are able to change our content accordingly, but I think the people who are benefiting mostly from the data are the data people who actually hold that data. So I think it's a little bit of unfairness for the people who are creating the content. So you have a lot of people who are creating content, but they're not necessarily benefiting from the data that's generated by that content. So I think that's something that needs to happen, needs to change. I don't know how. There are a lot of countries who are thinking about how they're going to do this by striking deals between media organizations and big tech. That's one way of looking at it. But usually, the way that things happen, they modify things that will work out for everyone. But at the moment, the use of data is great to create content, improve content, but it's not helping us much with monetizing. Certainly not at the level where we spend in terms of news organizations. And that's the imbalance in the system at the moment.
Yeah, so there are news organizations which are now collecting data. Raju, would you see collecting data as actually probably one of the most valuable commodities that we could be doing?
I have a yes, but answer. I think our industry has been pretty terrible at this because journalism and the way news organizations are run grew out of what I call the tummy compass, right, which is the gut feel. A bunch of editors walk into a room at 11 or 2 or 4 and decide what the world should read tomorrow on the front page. It never really used any data. And we seeded all of that to the Googles and the Facebooks and all of them. And they came in without any of these preconceived notions and built their businesses on just understanding data. So the fact that in 2023 we're asking about this is itself a huge problem because that battle is pretty much over, as Nat was saying, we don't have the kind and scale of data to actually fight on those terms. But at the same time, we have to separate out what we mean by data. I think if you're talking about third-party data, we just don't have a chance against the Googles of the world. Just the sheer numbers and the sheer users give them that edge. And their attitude towards data has given them that edge for a couple of decades almost. What we have is an opportunity to still focus on collecting first-party data because there is still a fair amount of trust in a brand like the National or the Wall Street Journal or the Washington Post, where I used to work before. And the ability to collect that data, I think, still gives us a chance. So separating out what is first-party data that we own from our readers versus supplementing that with third-party, I think is going to make a difference. But we're also doing this at a time when GDPR is very much a factor. being able to ask and get data is a real challenge. And again, most of us have not made a convincing case to our audiences why they should give us data. We scrape a lot, we collect a lot. I mean, newspapers are the biggest culprits. You go to one of their websites, there'll be like 40 cookies, like really doing all sorts of shady stuff without explaining it. And they're the ones who are complaining about the Googles of the world all the time, right, in their editorial pages. So we have to be much more direct about creating a privacy economy, being able to talk to our audiences, saying, here is why we collect data, because if we do that, we can help personalize things for you. At McKinsey, if you use our app, we tell you that it allows us to then say, if you're interested in agriculture, then we make that your homepage, because we know that's what you're reading, and we know that because you've given us data. The other aspect of it is I don't think we invest enough as an industry in collecting data, but there are ways to do this without thinking about big data, right? I mean, one of the best ways to collect data for our industry is through newsletters. If you create them and if there's a willingness for people to sign up, oftentimes they give you an email, which is usually a permanent email. I mean, at McKinsey, we have 2 million active subscribers to about 45 different emails. And most of them subscribe to about 5 different emails. But they often keep them. They change jobs, and they usually kind of keep the same email because they give us the Gmail. So the ability to ask them questions, get more data is much, and that's all first-party data. The other thing I think news organizations don't do is to create panels to do surveys, where you can actually create a panel and get a bunch of data. Again, at McKinsey, we have a 30,000 CEO, C-suite panel globally. It gives us a lot of data, not in the sense of their emails and who they are, but when the pandemic happened, when we were all wondering about supply chain, we could go to these 30,000 people and say, how are you dealing with it? So that created a lot of first-party data for McKinsey. So I think there are ways news organizations can do this rather than trying to compete against the Googles and the Facebooks, because that battle is over.
Yeah, Anthony.
So can I respond to that? Because I'm here, so I'm now leading like the Google in the region, but I've spent a lot of time working with publishers in my previous Google life. And so I heard the argument a lot about like who has the data, like Google has the data, we as publishers don't have the data. We're coming from different places, and I don't think the question is about like who has the data, who should have the data. For me, it's very much about like how we work together to actually have a thriving news ecosystem. Because we as Google like want an open web with publishers that are very successful, as much as publishers obviously want to be successful. And there's a lot when I talk about working together that we do. And if not, we should not. But I know, for instance, with the National, we actually have an extremely good collaboration, and we should celebrate that. But first of all, like we drive a lot of traffic to publishers. Like every month, these are billions of visitors that go from Google News or Google Search to the websites of the different publishers. Each click, basically, is an opportunity for publishers to monetize. The second thing is we actually work with publishers, making our advertising solutions available to them so that they can actually benefit from the system we've built. And we work on a rev share model. Every single case, the publisher makes more money on the click on the ad than we do. And in some cases, it is up to 90% of the price of the ad that is shared with the publisher. And the third thing, which for me is super important as well, is the innovation and the training that we're working with publishers. Like the National, again, has benefited from a grant of the Google News Initiative on a very nice project to transform text into audio, which is going to be really good. But it's also training, and you've been to training recently. So this is where we can actually bring, because yes, we have a good experience of digital, of how to engage audience, how to understand audiences, and so on. And there's a lot we can share on top of like tools that we are sharing with publishers.
No, there's definitely a symbiotic relationship.
So can I just jump in? I think, and I don't want Anthony to become the token big tech that we have to. This is not about Google, and I don't want you to get the wrong idea. It's not just about Google, but I think sharing the data and working together to improve a service for the audience is very important. And this is what we're talking about. What I mean in terms of sharing the revenue, which is By the time it gets to something which we get 90%, it's already been cut 5 or 6 times on the top. And by the time it gets to the publishers, we are talking about really dollars, hundreds of dollars, let alone thousands of millions and so on. So I think it's not about what we do with the data in terms of sharing and improving. It's about fairness in distribution of revenues that we know a lot of companies are making billions and billions of dollars, and we are creating the content, and we are actually spending the money on creating the content. So we are the ones who are actually creating that content. And again, this is not about Google. I don't want this to be misunderstood. But that how that is divided by the time you cut the pie into a small share, and you say, well, you're getting 90% of $100. Oh, thank you very much. You know, that's where I think it's being a little bit unfair. So the industry needs to modify itself, and maybe the war is already lost, and we need to find different ways of working together and creating, increasing, making the pie bigger, or thinking of it in a different way. What it does for publishers is it puts tremendous amount of pressure to constantly reduce cost, reduce your operating model, find better ways of doing things, which is good, which is not a bad thing. But I think the model of going from TV advertising, where the big companies flourished for many, many years, and also squandered a lot of the revenue in order not to spend and invest in these technologies that other people came and did, is something that they are guilty of. But it hasn't. This is not a zero-sum game where it dropped from one side and increased from the other. There's sort of a big chunk of money that got lost somewhere in the middle that nobody got. Well, we know who got it, but it's not us.
Yeah, and also most governments are starting to realize that, and unfortunately or fortunately, depending on which side of this argument you're in, you saw it in Australia, you're now seeing it in Canada, it's going to happen in Kenya, Indonesia, India. I don't know if it's happening here, where government regulators are saying, this is an unequal playing field, so we need to kind of jump in and regulate and decide who needs to pay how much to who, which is not the ideal solution, actually, right? We would ideally want this to be a...
It's forcing a solution. It's not a real solution.
Conversation between the news industry and the tech platforms. But I think other players are starting to kind of weigh in on this, and that's going to drive country by country how this is going to play out.
Yeah, it's going to be something that we're all probably going to witness soon in the industry. I do see it as a symbiotic relationship, though, still, because we want to create good content as journalists. Google wants good content on their platform, and I think there should be some sort of middle ground, hopefully, that we'll find. Maybe after this conversation.
But Enas, if I may just, I think we want good content, but we want thriving publishers as well. This is important, and I know that. I mean, we could have I don't know if we have 2 or 3 hours, Mina.
I don't think so.
But we could have a much longer conversations, and probably we should. We need successful publishers. This is important for the open web. This is important for all actually our mission. So we want that. Now we're coming from different perspectives. There might have been cases where we were not understanding each other really well. I really want to. I want to believe that also, when we say Google and big tech all in the same sentence, that Google is looking at things in a very different way. And again, the examples that I've shared about how much we care about publishers and everything we do, make a difference. But yeah, we could have a longer conversation about that.
Yeah, well, moving on to the rise of social media, which is something I know when I began my career, it was kind of not really taken very seriously, and suddenly it's become this dominant force in the news and in loads of other industries that you never imagined social media to become such a crucial part in. Do you still think, Raju, that social media will play a huge part in the future, or do you see that trend changing?
I think it continues to play a huge part, depending on how we define social media. But if you're talking about technologies and brands and platforms that make things go viral much better at a global scale, clearly that's happening and will continue to happen, right? Whether people of a certain generation think Facebook is for our parents and we don't use them, but then there's TikTok and there's other things, right? So in that sense, there'll always be new ways to kind of engage, especially younger audiences, and give them ways to share. And I think the upside and the downside was visible this past week when Vice Media filed for bankruptcy, right? The upside was Vice rose on social, created amazing interactions with young people, created a lot of interesting content, but then 100% relied on these third parties to kind of engage audiences, which left them with no real loyalty of their own. And when these platforms shifted priorities or emphasized paid over organic, you could see the immediate hit to a brand like Vice, and then it ended up pretty much failing, I guess, in some ways. So it's the question of like over-reliance, especially on the business side, on these third parties to kind of generate revenue for you. I think that's been the fatal flaw, not the fundamental premise of social media, which is that they help take our content and give us new audiences, right? Which is pretty good. I mean, I remember being at the Wall Street Journal, and at that time, Snap was very new, and we created a kind of a channel. But the reality was that the 5 things we did on Snap to attract a younger audience were great. But after those 5 things, everything else was still the same old Wall Street Journal. So the bridge between bringing those people back to our revenue-generating platforms just didn't exist. So I think as experimentation goes, I think it's been great. The other thing to remember is that even as we all think about subscriptions and creating our own kind of revenue models, one of the great metrics of the success of retention and success is if you can get your subscriber to share, actually that's a real proven way to kind of show that they're engaged and they actually kind of stick with you. So there are great opportunities to leverage all these social media platforms. It's just that you can't trust them to drive your revenue and be your business partner.
I remember in my last job, we were waiting on tender hooks for TikTok to become monetizable. And I think like it's something that all news publishers do. We sit there and we push all this content onto all these different platforms in the hope that it will come back as monetizable. And I think that comes on to my question for you, Nat, is can we see any other radical changes in the future in this sphere?
Well, I mean, going back to the social media question as well, it's all related. I mean, it's a love-hate relationship between news organizations and social media. And I think it's sort of like a friend that you don't trust very much. You want to be friendly with them, but you always have to keep looking behind your back. It's like, what are they doing behind my back? And recently, what happened with the change of algorithms and instant articles being dumped and so on affects all the news organizations. So that kind of a relationship is a love-hate relationship where you need to deal, you need to, and that's why I was saying in the beginning, I guess this was related to more this question, is that now you can't sit and wait and see what is the next platform that's going to come out. As soon as it comes out, jump on it and see where it takes you, because you can't afford not to be a part of it. But in terms of what's next, who knows? And may God help us as well. With AR, VR, and ChatGPT, and I think ChatGPT, the AI came up with that name because it's a real weird name for it as well. So it's an interesting future that we're living, and we want to see where this goes. But I think what we're going to learn more and more is your owned and operated platforms are always going to be the center of everything. And if you think of it as this is the core where you create the content, and that's where you put all your content, and how you monetize that is going to be the most important thing. And then see where that takes you and how you divide your content on all these different platforms. So again, with my background as a journalist, I think it's always going to be about the boots on the ground. It's always going to be about the journalists. You can admire any sort of technology, an AI-generated presenter that might come up on some sort of platform. It's who's in Ukraine, who's the one who's covering that earthquake, who's the person who's there, and we always will always admire and listen to people who put their lives on the line to cover the story, and nothing will ever replace that, those journalists on the boots on the ground. So if you tell me what's going to happen, I don't know. One thing I am sure of is that top journalism with people on the ground is always going to be there, no matter what platform that you're putting your content on.
Yeah. No, that's very interesting, and it's good because it makes me feel good about my job. So when we're talking about future and radical change, you mentioned just now AI. We can't help but talk about AI. It's everywhere at the moment. It's in every conversation. I have it on my, desktop every day, trying to grapple with it and make sure I'm in the game. Anthony, do you think it's got a future in helping us connect?
So 45 minutes before we get I get the first AI question.
Yeah,
That's actually really good. And so thanks for that, Enas. I'm obviously very excited, and I love talking about AI. For us, at Google, it's the most profound technology we're working on at the moment, clearly. And we really believe that it can have a meaningful and positive changes on people and on societies. I was actually very pleased to see in Joe's survey that actually most people in this room were mostly positive about about
in the
AI.
middle.
But there might be a bit more work to do, but it's a good starting point. I'm very, very optimistic about it. So your question about connecting. So first of all, I think technology has helped us connect better and more clearly. I mean, I don't think we would have gone through the pandemic period without video, in the same way, without video conferencing. And as a French person living in the UAE, I connect all the time with my family and my friends back in France. So it's always been that. Now, I think what AI is going to bring is a lot more engaging experience, a lot more immersive experience, probably more personalized as well. And that's what we're going to see as the technology evolves. So we are working on that at Google. I could go through multiple innovations that we've announced, some of them announced last week, that will help increase knowledge and information, deliver better experiences through new search generative experiences. There's a lot of improvement on maps, for instance, where it's more immersive, the way you're going to connect and consume the information. But in terms of connection, if you've not seen it, there's an amazing project called Starline, where it's you've seen that. So it's a video conferencing. It has multiple cameras, and it's actually using AI to create an image that has a lot more depth, and you really feel you're with the person. Now, it's not the same as being on stage together as the person, but it's getting close to it, and I think it's going to bring us closer together, and back to the question of connection, definitely will improve that.
Yeah, and I know we are going to be running out of time soon, so I'm going to move on to a question which is kind of on the back of that. I think all of us in the industry are always looking towards the future and just making sure that we're ahead of the game slightly, as I mentioned. But what would you do personally to future-proof your career? Roger, I'll come to you first.
No, I think we should give this to Anthony, because that'll be 2 questions to Google. Go ahead.
Okay, well, future-proof the career. I think so it's an interesting question, because I think what's behind is my job safe, and what's going to happen with AI, which is definitely, in most of the AI conversation that I have actually, is the elephant in the room, what's going to happen. So we don't have so much time, but yes, some jobs are going to be lost, in the same way in the past, the lamplighters in the streets were replaced by bulbs and electricity. Okay, so that's one thing. There's going to be a lot of new jobs being created. I don't think any one of us had ever heard about prompt engineers a year ago. Now it's a big thing. So new jobs, and probably others we can't even think of. I think the most important thing is how it's, for most of us, it's how it's going to change our job today and in the future. Not replace, but I use some of our AI-powered tools already, included in our workspace suites, in Gmail and in Docs and everything. It helps me summarize some of the notes I have. It helps me start emails. It does not replace me, and I don't take that as just asking Bard or our tools to actually do something and I just send it. But it saves a lot of time and helps me really focus on where I can bring more value, which is not probably writing an email or things like that. Now, so what is important, and how I think about it, is I need to understand AI. Not in the technical way, obviously, but AI in the practical way. How is it going to help me do my job better? And always keep up to date. And I think we need, in this world, to stay curious, to keep learning, and really embrace the change in order for us to stay relevant in the future.
I like that. I'll come to Nat then.
Well, I think I'm very interested in how things develop right from the beginning. So I'll just give a small example. So the prompter operator in old TV stations used to hold the placard with the things written on it, and they would throw it and put another one out. And then they came up with a screen where you have someone sitting in a studio somewhere turning it around and you can read it.
That was my first job.
And then they said, oh, we have to cut costs. How are we going to do this? So they came up with something like a gas pedal, where the anchor himself or herself would sit there and do it. Now, with AI, there is the technology that it'll recognize the anchor, it'll recognize the speed, it'll recognize how they talk, what sort of questions that they would put together, and everything will be done for them. So the anchor will stand in front of a camera, and AI will help them with the prompter that's in front of them. Now, you can say that this is going to remove a lot of other jobs that were in the background, but ultimately it'll save a lot of other jobs as well. So I think you're going to see a lot of these things coming in technology when it comes to broadcasters and well, no longer broadcasters, media organizations. Some of it is going to be good, some of it is going to be very challenging, but it's a change in mindset that we have to accept, and change is coming. So there's no two ways about it.
Yeah, very good. Scary, but good. And Raju, how would you future-proof your career?
Why don't I talk about future-proofing our business, right? The news business.
Yeah.
I think more relevant than my own career here. I think two things. One is we've got to start doing some things, and we've got to stop doing some things. Our industry is terrible at stopping doing things. We launch a bunch of things and keep them for way too long. We should be sunsetting. We should be killing a lot of things, experimenting, and then stopping them. But what we should be starting to do now, and I'm going to go out on a limb and say that 2023, I think, marks the beginning of the end of the web page as we have thought of it for the last 20 years. The reason I say that is whether we agree what ChatGPT and or generative AI, why use a specific brand, whether it's in Bard or whether it's in Bing or anywhere else, is fundamentally going to change what happens with search. And most of us in the news business, or including at McKinsey, still depend on Google search primarily, but other search to bring 30, 40, 50% of audiences back to us. My assumption is that as search and generative AI in search gets better and better, there will be a lot of answers provided to people looking for things that are much more self-contained. So we're going to move from a link set-based results to a much more citation-based results. And what that means is that the propensity for people to come from that result to back to our web pages is going to diminish. It will not fall off, but it will diminish. But even if they come to us, I think the expectations are dramatically going to change, where the old days of coming to a web page on a news site and having an article, a bunch of flashing things and sign up newsletters and all that is not going to be what people would expect from us. So we have to fundamentally start thinking today about what is the experience we will give when somebody actually comes. Few people are going to come. Those who come will have higher expectations. So one of the ways to rethink that is to say that if they're expecting, so let's say somebody searches for what is generative AI on Google. Right now, Google surfaces a bunch of things. By the way, search for that, and you will see McKinsey's result as the number one. And I'm not making this up. Search for it. What is generative AI is the question. I think they will expect when they come to a National or me or the Wall Street Journal for the results to be a lot more smarter than saying read a 2,000-word article. And so we need to start thinking about in terms of summaries, more dynamic kind of answers, maybe having some embedded intelligence where we actually have our own chatbot that says, okay, if you didn't find the summary here, here is the way for you to search our own chatbot to get the results. I think web pages are going to become much more audio and video-centric rather than text-centric. And all of those we have to start doing now, because if we wait for generative AI to kind of really change search and all of that, we will find ourselves significantly behind. And our industry is really good at waiting too long. There's little reason why we don't come up with a lot of these technologies ourselves, right? I mean, it's a healthy industry. And I want to end by saying that Orwell Wright did not have a pilot's license. when he came up with the airplane, right? So our industry shouldn't be waiting for other people to come up with technologies that play with content and then try to follow them. Sure, we don't have the level of investment that a big tech company has, but I think we're not doing a good job getting ahead of this ourselves. But the web page is ending. I'm sorry, I'm making a bet in front of everybody.
Thank you so much. I'm going to open now up to questions. I think we have a little tiny amount of time left. Has anybody got any questions? Can you get the microphone there?
I'm curious to ask that in today's world, government intervention or government setting policy is now the new norm. So how do you guys think that you're going to operate in that world? Is it that you're going to have to accept it and go with it?
Is your question to somebody?
Anybody?
I will start because, I mean, I'll start and I'll zoom on AI. Sundar, our CEO, has said it multiple times, and for actually now quite a long time. Like, AI is too important not to be regulated and too important to not be regulated well. So we need to have that conversation with governments to bring the right regulation. Now, it needs to be done in a way that balances the risk with the positive impact of the technology. And that's the conversation that we are having with governments. And some governments are more advanced than others. Having a minister of AI helps having an understanding of the situation. But this is the conversation we want to have with government, and we'll operate like, I mean, actually, in any jurisdiction, we're operating like according to the law and regulation. But I think in this case, it's very, very important that we build a regulation together so that we get the right balance between the risk and the benefits of technology. You don't want to restrain the positive impact from AI, but you obviously have to manage a lot of the risk that we discussed or we could discuss.
When it comes to the web, my biggest fear with regulation is that it's happening country by country, and it's fundamentally changing the premise, and I think Google and news industry actually believes in, which is this idea that there should be a worldwide open web. And that is getting affected by countries saying that if you don't do it this way, we will restrict access and we will do all sorts of things. And I think that is fundamentally not great for the world and for societies, because it's only around 2018 that 50% of the world's population got on the web on a daily basis. It's probably around 60, 65%. There are still a couple of billion people out there who need to be on the web on a regular basis for various reasons are not there, but they're coming on. So if we end up splintering the internet, which we thought is the one level playing field, and each country decides to have its own regulation, I don't think that's good for humanity.
It's interesting, big topics. Probably one more question time. I think we're actually out of time, so that's actually coming at a good moment. Thank you so much to my panel. Please, I hope everyone gives a big clap to Raju, Nat, and Anthony for joining me. Farwat, there we go, our space editor for the next session. So please stay seated. Thank you.
Hello. Good? My name is Sarwat. I'm the space editor at The National, and this panel session is going to be about connecting with outer space. So basically, there's a lot happening with space, and we're wondering, what does it have to do with us? Our panelists will hopefully help answer that. Let me welcome His Excellency Salim Al-Murri, Director General of the Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center. You probably know the organization is responsible for a lot of the UAE's landmark missions, such as the UAE astronaut program, Earth observation satellites, and
Like something disaster.
Also, the Hope Mars mission was done a lot by the Emirati engineers at the Space Center. Let me also welcome John Zernicki, who is the past president of the Royal Astronomical Society in the UK. So John has just worked, I just want to highlight what John has done. So he was not only the past president of the Royal Astronomical Society, but he has worked on several impressive projects, such as the Hubble Space Telescope and the probe that landed on Saturn's moon, Titan, in 2005. So well done. I have a question to both of you. First with His Excellency. How does space exploration help us understand our own place in the universe?
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you, Sarawat. I think that's an important question. I think all of us as, we're all explorers. We all have that explorer inside of us. When we're kids, we're exploring, we're finding out new things in the playground or wherever you are. And we as humans tend to be explorers. So if you look at our history, whether it's exploring the oceans, discovering the new world, whatever it is, we have that exploration gene or, if you like, trait in ourselves. So the next phase of exploration, the way I see it, is the unknown is pretty much in space. And when you look at something like our solar system, if you're going to send an object, we were talking about this over lunch, similar to Voyager, it'll take 40 years just to cross our solar system. However, there are hundreds of billions of stars and solar systems out there that potentially might have something. So for me, just that excitement towards exploring outer space and trying to find out what potentially could be there, that is really a big part of why space exploration is very important. Plus, of course, all the other side benefits of when you try to explore space, you're doing something very hard, very difficult, and that very hard and difficult thing really upskills your capabilities, allows you to really build unique spacecraft to try and attempt those types of things. So these are two things that I think are really important for us to look at space exploration as something important for us as humans.
We're seeing so much of the impact here in the UAE as well. I will speak more on that later. John?
I'd like to continue the theme that you introduced of exploration and perhaps bring up some specifics. So I can remember when I was a small child and first became interested in the sky and what was up there, it was actually before the space age. And thinking of that time, our ignorance in many respects was significant. For example, Mars, it was perfectly reasonable to expect that Mars might have vegetation on its surface. There could even be life on Mars. Turning to Venus, we didn't know the length of the day on Venus, and the surface of the planet Mercury was a complete mystery. Now, since the space age, we have either flown by or orbited or landed on every planet in the solar system, some of the moons of the planets, and some comets and asteroids. So, the development in our understanding of our backyard, our solar system, has just been gigantic. And you mentioned, I've been fortunate enough to be involved in several missions. We flew by Halley's Comet in 1986, the first time we'd ever seen what was at the heart of a comet. And it is, in fact, just a lump of ice. We call it a dirty snowball. Halley's Comet, about 15 kilometers in size only. And that produces, when it gets near the sun, this beautiful tail that we see for a comet. And then we landed on the surface of Titan, Saturn's largest moon. And these are now places that I personally feel that I know better than some places here on Earth. So, following the theme of this forum, I think we're so much better connected with our cosmic neighborhood.
That's a good point. And I think what would be interesting for the audience to know as well is you're doing so much in space, Your Excellency. In what ways do you think the country's efforts in space can help everyday people in the Emirates and in the region?
Yeah, I mean, we use space technology every single day of our lives, and you know, this is something that I talk about a lot. And you know, most of the people here have used space technology today, maybe without knowing, or you know, consciously. But it's become so much part of our life that you don't even know that you're using it. So whether it's navigation signals coming from GPS satellites, whether it's communication signals, whether it's TV signals, whether it's Earth observation data, weather data. Is it raining? It might rain soon. I just saw that. So that's probably come from a satellite. If we want to find out things about our planet, the changes that are happening on our planet. If we go with the theme of COP being hosted in Dubai, in the UAE, a lot of the data that tells us that our planet's in danger comes from satellite data. So today's space technology has become so intertwined in our lives that I think we'd be living a very different life without space technology. And of course, there are the other elements of maybe what people associate space technology with, and you hear sometimes negative elements of is this really what we should be spending our money on rather than spending money on the ground? And those tend to be maybe towards some of the scientific missions and human spaceflight. And again, I bring the same thing back to the first topic that I spoke about. If we go with human spaceflight, we have an astronaut in orbit right now, and the amount of inspiration that brings to the country, to the region, I think it's a very good deal at the end of the day. You're not going to be able to inspire this many kids and adults any other way. So that's the way I would look at it. Also, the amount of learning that goes through there, the amount of technology that we have to develop, and even the operational skills of just managing humans in space in such a difficult environment, we learn a lot about how to live a better life here on Earth. And it's all about, again, conserving energy, conserving water, living a lifestyle that's balanced. And if we do that on Earth, then that would solve a lot of our problems. So I think space does show us how we can better utilize our planet. And believe me, from monitoring people that are living in space, we don't want to destroy our planet to a point where we have to live in space, because it's not as comfortable as it is here on our planet. So I think in all senses, space is important. And whether you're talking about somebody who's a 3-year-old, I have a 4-year-old and she loves space, up to people that are in their 60s and 70s, what the UAE is doing in space really can help all of them somehow, in some way. And that's why we're investing that much. And now it's not only the UAE, we're looking at the region. So I think what the UAE has done over the past 20 years has kind of brought big attention to how space can be a benefit to the people as well as the economy, that now countries of the region have started really investing in space. And I'm not going to say following the UAE, but at least looking at what the UAE has done and seeing how they can do something similar. And an example of that is that Saudi Arabia is launching 2 astronauts in 2 days. And Sultan Niadi's been in the space station for 3 months. So you can see that today, this is important for us and for the region.
Just adding on that, there is the first Saudi woman launching to the space station this weekend, if that goes through, hopefully. And John, how has space exploration over the years helped develop technologies on Earth? And what can be done to inspire more innovation? That's a heavy question.
Well, I think many people in answering this question would refer to specific technologies or products, like the usual thing is Teflon and non-stick frying pans and Velcro and things like that. That's not the way I would approach it. Space is an incredibly unforgiving and challenging environment, or at least it can be. When something goes wrong, you can't go up there with your screwdriver or your soldering iron, to fix things. Well, if you're on the space station, you can, but generally with the satellites that we deal with, you can't do that. So how, most satellites, most space missions do work. I mean, the statistics are remarkably good. So why is it that it is like that? I would put it down to 2 things. It's good design And the second is testing, testing, testing. Space research, I mean, generally seems quite exotic, doesn't it? But actually, a lot of it is very boring. You know, the testing, for example, the amount of time and attention to detail is just enormous. And the reason we do that, of course, is that if you're going to have a failure, have the failure on the ground, not in space. So we test for every conceivable sort of environment, the hard vacuum of space, the extreme temperatures, radiation, the vibration of launch. All of these you simulate as much as you can, and you try and test for every possible scenario that might crop up. And the other thing is a good design, and that involves redundancy, for example, wherever possible. And so all of these, this sort of philosophy of how you approach design and testing, I mean, this does feed through, I think, in engineering, in particularly big engineering projects here on the ground. So there is that synergy. And that's one of the great benefits, I think, of space research.
I think His Excellency would have a great example on that, especially how MBZ satellite is being developed. You're working with private companies here, especially the aluminum company, and then Falcon, is it Falcon Group that's developing some hardware, but it wasn't an aerospace company, never worked on satellites, but now it is.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, that's definitely, I agree with what Professor John just mentioned, you know, testing, testing, testing. And, you know, for us now, our latest satellite that we're building here in the UAE is called MBZ-SAT. It's named after the UAE president. We started that program at least 5 years ago, 6 years ago. So you can see building, it's about 1 ton system. So it's quite a large satellite, but it's taking 5 or 6 years to develop. It will be, you know, it's been tested for the past 3 years. We actually don't build 1 satellite. We build 3 or 4 different models. And we put those models through very rigorous testing for months on end. So as Professor John said, we don't want the failure to happen in space. We want it to happen on the ground. So we test and test and push it to its limits so that it fails, which it does. And then we go and fix that failure so that in space that doesn't happen. Now, the nice thing about MBZ-SAT is that it's a fully Emirati designed satellite built at the Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center. We have about 250 staff who are working on that, or who work at the center that are part of that program. But the nice thing about this one is that now we're developing an ecosystem. It's not us who developed it. We were utilizing that ecosystem. But today, all of the panels or the structure of the satellite is developed in UAE industry in Al Ain and Strata. Some of it in Jebel Ali. All of the electronics, a lot of them are built in Abu Dhabi, and a lot of the harness and cabling is done in Dubai as well. So with private industry, private companies. So that wasn't something that we thought would be viable a couple of years ago. Before we would design, either build in-house or procure everything outside. Even the aluminium itself, all of the aluminium in the satellite is coming from EGA, and it's a eco-friendly aluminium that was created through solar power. So it's you know, there's that let's say environmental aspect linked to it. So today, I think us having this ecosystem of existing industry that's able to twist or tweak themselves after about 5 years to be able to get their technology in space, I think that's pretty cool. And that's really one of our big objectives, is that we want industry in the UAE to be involved.
I think that ties in well with my next question, which is how MBRC has used collaboration instead of competing with other agencies or companies, for example, to make its missions possible. You know, having succeeded in so many missions in such a short period of time.
Yeah, I think collaboration is key, and space is like that anyway. So when you look at space, you know, it did start out with the space race, but if you'll talk to Professor John or any other person in space, they'll tell you they've been probably traveled all over the world and worked with 20 different nationalities. So because it's quite small industries in each country, and you know, it's looked at as we as humans looking out to the stars. So we work together to try and discover what we don't know, what's out there. When astronauts go to space, they look at it as 6 humans, not a Russian, Emirati, or UAE, or whatever, 6 humans against space. So it's them against space, surviving in space, and thriving and working in space. So I think it just, that that general element really brings that collaborative effort. We at MBRC, we started close to 20 years ago, so not too long ago. And our first objective was to build satellites, and we launched a satellite called DubaiSat-1, DubaiSat-2, and it was on a knowledge and technology transfer program with South Korea. And that was kind of when we kicked off. So we went there to learn. We sent a very large team there. They took a lot of knowledge. I was one of those teams, so I was one of the first members of that team. I spent quite a lot of time in South Korea. I took too much knowledge. My wife is Korean, so that's another type of knowledge transfer, but it works anyways. Either for MBRC it worked, and for me it worked. But the point being that from that knowledge transfer, we came back and we took that same culture, and when we work today we work with at least 30 different countries. We are either gaining knowledge or we are doing it jointly, where we have something to contribute and the other country has something to contribute, or we are giving to smaller countries and ways for them to develop. And I'll give an example of each. I don't want to take too much time. So today, for example, Sultan's in the space station. We have an astronaut that we've selected, prepared, and who's been training for 3, 4, 5 years. He is now on a space mission. He's conducted a spacewalk. He is, his situation is that of a USOS astronaut. So today, I look at that as very collaborative. We wouldn't be able to do that on our own, but today the UAE has an individual and an operations team and about 100 people behind this mission, as well as all the science and what we're doing there, that then brings a benefit to the ISS program. So I think that's very collaborative. Another example is, when we're looking at countries like Mauritius, Bahrain, Nepal, we have a system where we build small satellites, about 6U or 12U, so they're about 10 kilograms, we can say. And those satellites, we give these countries free space to launch their payloads into space, so it's access to space. So today, from a country that didn't have much in space 20 years ago and couldn't build anything in space, to a country where we are now supporting other countries that were in a similar situation to get to space. So I think it's all about the culture and how to collaborate, because that's how we grow in the space industry.
If I could just add a brief comment to the Director General's comments, I could say that in my career in space research, certainly in space science, it is a remarkably open field. One of the great pleasures for me, apart from going to exotic places like Halley's Comet and so on, it has been the collaboration with many different countries, cultures, and so on. So within Europe, for example, within the European Space Agency, almost all of our projects are across the board. So if I'm putting an instrument together, I'll be working with a team of software engineers from Finland, mechanical engineers from Italy. The electronics will come from Spain. There are challenges sometimes, but in the end, it is one of the great pleasures to be able to work like this towards that common goal.
And I want to touch on the Hubble Space Telescope, since you're talking about a common goal. What makes it unique, and how have the discoveries so far taught us about our own planet and the solar system?
Okay, well, the first thing to say, and probably most people won't know this, but initially Hubble was a complete disaster, really. It was hopelessly over budget, it was hopelessly late, and when it was finally launched in 1990, the beautifully polished mirror was made to the wrong shape. So basically, the images that came down were blurred. The story of the repair and so on is one of the wonders of space research. And it's been working for, more than 30 years now. It was the first large telescope in space beyond the surface of the Earth. Now, why put a telescope in space? We can build much cheaper and more easily big telescopes on the ground. But even in the visible part of the spectrum, where obviously light passes through the atmosphere, it's degraded by the atmosphere. The atmosphere blurs the light. So by putting it above the atmosphere, just really a few 100 kilometers above our heads, Hubble is sometimes closer to us here than my home town of Oxford in England. It's just up there, low Earth orbit. And apart from removing the effect of the atmosphere, also in orbit, there's no rain, there's no clouds, nothing in theory to limit its observations. It was also, I think, the first large facility in space to be designed from the start to be serviced by the space shuttle, by astronauts. So it was planned from the very start that as technology evolved, you could go up with the astronauts on the shuttle, remove an element, and place a new one in there. So what we designed in Europe, because another thing I should say, and this often gets forgotten, Hubble is from the very start 15 to 20% European. And we built in Europe the camera, faint object camera, which operated for 12 years. It held the record, maybe still does, for the longest serving camera in space. And, but actually that was, even when we launched it, it was old technology. So after 12 years, it was replaced by a more modern camera. You asked what has it, what has Hubble contributed? Well, there's no branch of astronomy or space research, really, where Hubble hasn't contributed. I'll very quickly refer to two things which always stick in my mind. There's an image called the Hubble Deep Field. So they specifically chose the most boring part of the sky, where there's ostensibly nothing. And basically, Hubble stared at it for a total of about 10 days. And the images, you can see about, I can't remember the exact number, but it's about 10,000 galaxies in this apparently boring bit of the sky. I mean, it's just overwhelming, you know, how the universe is just teeming with galaxies and everything that galaxies contain. The second thing is exoplanets. So when Hubble was launched in 1990, the term exoplanet was something in our imagination. So an exoplanet is a planet orbiting another star other than our sun. We thought these might exist, but nobody'd seen them. Then in 1995, the first one was discovered. I checked up a few days ago. The latest list has about 5,500 exoplanets. It means they are everywhere. Perhaps every star has planets going around it. And what Hubble has done, it's not so much discovering them, but it studies a few of them in great detail. And it's now able to look at the atmospheres of these exoplanets. And perhaps even one of these days, it might be able to see signs of biological activity, i.e. signpost the presence of life on one of these distant exoplanets. So my question this morning about life elsewhere in the universe wasn't completely crazy, you know. We really might discover it.
We believe you. And I want to touch on the challenges a bit now. You know, we've talked a lot about how space benefits life on Earth. But when it comes to nascent space programs, so, you know, emerging space nations, what kind of challenges do you think they face, and how do you think they can be overcome, Your Excellency?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. Maybe I can give examples from what I've seen without naming countries, but I think maybe the number one thing that or challenges that they face is once a small country has invested in space or started to take those first steps into space, it tends to stop after that. Or, you know, they've achieved what they've wanted, they've become a spacefaring nation somehow, they've sent an astronaut, they've sent a satellite up, and then what I've seen is a lot of countries, especially the new ones, tend to see that it's quite a significant investment, and you know, the political system maybe changes, or people that were supporting it, certain ministers, etc., change. And then, so I think continuity is probably one of the biggest challenges that especially new countries coming into the space field would face. So there has to be the strong political will, a strong push from the government to continue for a sustained period of time. And then once they've settled and industry starts getting involved and there's this you know, multiple entities in the country and the benefits are very clear, then I think it can go on. So I think that's probably one of the biggest challenges that they face. Another one is one that we faced, is when you start saying, okay, I'm going to build a satellite, and I'm going to do whatever you want to do. I'm going to build a probe to Mars. I'm going to send a rover to the moon. Who's going to do it? And how do you build these people? Where did these people come from? So it's about training. We took about 10 years of training in Korea to build a core team of about 100 people who then can come in and then start training others and build from there. So I think that requires a lot of patience and being able to get the right people, the staff. So as a small country, anybody here knows that, of course, getting the right graduates and the trained graduates and then keeping them with you for 20 years is a big challenge. I think other small countries as well, why would I go to a very new industry that is very risky when I can go to a telco or, a very well-established industry if I'm an engineer? So in my opinion, these are two of the biggest challenges they would face. Third one, of course, is, depending on the country, you might face a lot of export restrictions, some knowledge transfer restrictions. Some countries are open with some countries are closed. So space can be very political. It can be, sometimes it's cutting edge technology, sometimes it's very old, but it's very controlled technology. And when you have, access to space with rockets and dual use technology, these can make things quite sensitive in the space field. So I think these three are what I would say are the biggest challenges.
And how do you think these countries can overcome these obstacles? I mean, we're seeing some countries announcing long-term space programs now in the region.
Yeah, well, I think today, if we talk about today, it's becoming easier. So first of all, access to space now, when you've got somebody like Elon Musk and you've got SpaceX, that was always the factor that would cause an issue. I mean, I'm sure Professor John here would tell us, the launch was a major factor. First of all, there weren't that many rockets launching, and then the cost of them was a big chunk of the mission itself. That's why you'd get one mission with 30 different sensors on it or 30 different cameras. Today, SpaceX are launching, and Electron and others are launching a rocket every couple of days. So your satellite can have one system on it. It can be small. It can be cheap. It can be... So now it's easier. I think that's one element. But I think that the vision from the political leadership is number one. I think you need that support top level if you're going to go really deep into space. And when I mean deep, I'm talking about human space flight, and I'm talking about space exploration. Forget about Earth observation, weather satellites, communication satellites. Those can be monetized, and those can be done through commercial. But if you're talking about, I want to send something to the moon, I want to send something to a distant planet, that tends to be governments doing it. Human space flight tends to be governments, and you really need that political support. You need the academic sector involved, and that's what I think is are the main things for them.
And I think my last question to John before we move on to a Q&A, and I'm expecting some interesting questions. We're talking about space. I mean, we have the DG of the Space Center here who can pretty much tell us anything about the astronaut in space right now. John, companies are now trying to build infrastructure in low Earth orbit. What kind of challenges do you think commercializing LEO can create, especially in terms of regulations, and how can governments and the science community benefit from it?
Okay, well, I warn you, I'm going to be very slightly negative here. I'm wearing my hat as a scientist rather than as a regular citizen. I regard the dark sky as pretty much a human right. And there is a danger, you see, with the potential present and future mega constellations, we're talking about thousands or even tens of thousands of satellites. I mean, a real step change. And just imagine, so at the moment, we in Europe, we're building in Chile, high in the Andes, the world's largest telescope. It's called very imaginatively, the Extremely Large Telescope. It's going to be, it's about 700 mirrors which combine essentially into a single telescope. It'll be about the size of a football field in terms of aperture, collecting area. So that's being built right now. It's a big project. So imagine at first light, when it's all up and working in around 2027, we switch it on, and we look at the fabulous new images, and all we see are streaks of tracks of the Elon Musk or other people's satellites shooting across the sky. And you know, when you go out here to look at the night sky, instead of seeing, I don't know, Cassiopeia and so on, the beautiful constellations, you'll see these satellites streaking across the sky. So, you know, that's one problem. The other problem is collisions. If we really do have tens of thousands in low Earth orbit, and, you know, there is a doomsday scenario where there's a runaway effect where one satellite collides with another, produces a vast amount of space debris. Each bit of space debris is then potentially able to crash into another satellite, and you can have a runaway effect, which could, in the worst case, make low Earth orbit essentially unusable. So, you know, these are both real challenges, one scientifically and the other practically. And I guess the answer is regulation. You know, this can't be the Wild West. There has to be regulation to regulate the type of satellites. That you can do perhaps small design changes to reduce the amount of reflected light off the satellites, because that's why we see them. It's reflected sunlight. And by changing materials, you can at least reduce that. So regulation. Now, as far as benefits, well, actually, I would argue that it's science which is one of the greatest beneficiaries of the ability to transfer information, ideas, and data. So, you know, any mega constellation which would provide improved communication and the ability to transfer data, because that's what we want to do. You know, perhaps uniquely in science, what we want to do once we've made a measurement or made discoveries is not to monetize it, but actually to tell the whole world, you know, to publish it and to spread the word. Because that's how we're judged, essentially, by our ability to make measurements, to make discoveries, and to spread the word. So any sort of connectivity, to again use the buzzword of today, is good for us.
Good for us. Yeah, we could have also talked about the commercial space stations that so many companies are trying to build, but we're running out of time. So I'm going to open the floor to questions. I think we have a lady right here in the middle.
So I'll ask my question. I'm not sure whether you already spoke about it or answered it or not, but I was just trying to connect this session to the earlier sessions where we spoke about climate, and I was wondering, I would like to hear more about your thoughts about space waste and the future of that, and is it something you worry about? Is it something we should be, you know, just more thoughts on that, and the future of this really with all that you've been discussing.
Sorry, thoughts on?
Waste, space waste.
Space debris?
Yeah, and waste and debris.
Space debris. And who are you addressing that question to?
My name is, both actually.
So if any of you would like to take that question first, your thoughts on space debris.
So the question is, are we worried about space debris?
Right, yeah? And the future of that.
Absolutely we are. I mean, over my career, I've seen a significant change. We were, in a way, slightly cavalier, perhaps in the earlier days of space research. I mean, I wasn't responsible for much debris, but a little bit. You know, for example, if you fly a camera or a telescope or something like that, when it's on the ground or on the launch pad, you have a cover, like a lens cap, you know, to protect it from dust and dirt and so on. And then once you get into space, you have explosive bolts which throw the cover off. So in the old days, you would just throw it away and it would go into orbit. It would become a piece of space junk. These days, you can't do that. It's tethered, it's attached in such a way that it won't escape. So my point in saying that is that there is now regulation. I don't know
quite how legally binding it all is, but essentially all spacefaring nations have signed up to protocols of good practice. And also when a spacecraft or a motor is finished, has done its job, you have to consider essentially how to get rid of it in a responsible way. So to answer the question, yeah, I mean, I think we are all worried and concerned because you can have potential catastrophes, but we behave much more responsibly.
Do you think there needs to be a law, a global law for space agencies and companies to have the technology in their spacecraft?
Don't ask me questions about legalities. I mean, it's a minefield. Of course there should be, but how you implement any of this, goodness knows.
Any more questions? Gentleman in the front. Oh, I think we'll take you next.
Hi. How soon might we see astronauts living on the moon or even Mars? And may they be Emirati?
Yeah, thanks for your question. I think the moon is something that's happening, definitely. So if we look at the global plans with the Artemis program that's already been launched, they've already selected 4 astronauts that are going to orbit the moon next year or the year after. The US and the global partners are planning to go back to the moon in a very sustainable way. So rather than the Apollo kind of top-down approach where you go very heavy and come back pretty much with nothing, and then you have to build everything else again, so it's very expensive. Now they're trying to do it in a way where there's a station orbiting the moon, and then astronauts will go to that station, similar to they go to the space station, and then land on the surface of the moon. So I personally see from the plans that I've seen and what I know about the industry that we'll probably see humans landing on the surface of the moon within this decade. So that'll be quite an exciting thing. And that hasn't happened for more than 50 years. So I think that's going to be a program that would be very, at least a unique program for this, at least the next 50 years, or for this century at least, similar to how it was for last century. Now, in terms of Mars, there are plans to say that when you have a sustainable presence around the moon, you can use that as a springboard to get to Mars, but Mars is much harder. It's much further away. So getting to the moon directly, it'll be 3-4 days. Again, it's people traveling in very tight, confined spaces. It's not easy, right? Imagine going to Mars, and it takes you 9 months. And then, it'll take you 9 months to get back. And you can't come back immediately. You've got to spend a couple of years there. So it's a 3-year journey, and the communication between Mars and Earth is 20-minute delay. So even if you want to say hi to Professor John, you got to wait 20 minutes for his hi back, or 40 minutes for the signal to go back and forth. So much, much harder. But I think that'll happen, in my opinion, the late 2030s or sometime in the 2040s, if investments within the Artemis program go as they are, and the political will, as we were talking before, and the desire is pushed by all of these countries. But let's keep one thing in mind. This is a global program. So it's happening pretty much with a lot of countries. So it's not as the Apollo program, which was pretty much US-led and centered, and with small participation from other countries.
The lady at the front.
This question is for His Excellency. So the UAE has really revived the legacy of Arabs leading in astronomy. And I just wanted to know what interest you're receiving or seeing from other Arab countries, particularly those outside the GCC.
Thank you for your question. Do you mean interest in terms of the projects we're doing, et cetera, and all those elements, or what type of interest?
Also want to sort of learn from the UAE and particularly enter this space also.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I see that growing every single day. I mean, I see it day by day growing. Again, if we look at the way things start, there is some skepticism in the Arab world. So, when you launched projects, 15 years ago, did you build that? This is something you bought, these were the kind of things that we'd hear a lot of. Today, when you see people like Sarwat coming over to the center, doing a tour, seeing things being built, publicizing that, we get tours from Arab schools, we get tours from global schools coming, and they can't believe that this is being done in the region. That narrative or that idea changes, and then the thoughts start, how can I do this in my country? Or how can I be part of that. And I see that happening a lot with countries like Bahrain, Kuwait as well. We've supported these countries in trying to set up programs with universities. We're working locally in universities here. We've had delegations from Jordan, from Egypt, from all over the Arab world. And if we look at things like human space flight, at the beginning, you know, again, the narrative is, why are we doing that? What's the point? Is this real? Is this fake? You know, these are let's say, a lot of the thoughts that are coming from the Arab world itself. But today, when I see us doing things, you know, it's 95% positive. People are looking at, wow, I'm learning every day what Sultan al-Niyadi is doing. You know, every day we release a tweet from Sultan, whether it's a science tweet, whether it's an image of an Arab country or a local country, whether it's him, you know, taking, you know, how do you clean your teeth in space, which will be today, you'll see it soon. And, you know, how do you eat in space? And what we see is that there's many different age groups, and they're all learning that, you know, actually it's really difficult to live in space, and people going there and doing that is something very unique. Why don't we do this? With the spacewalk, we saw a lot of interest from the Arab world. So just one small example, we recently tweeted an image of Baghdad, and you know, it got millions of views, millions of comments from people, and a lot of the comments are, you know, we hope that we can do that, because the tweet was that Baghdad was part of the development of science, you know, 1,000 years ago, or whatever it may be, and you know, they want to come back to that and be part of that. So a little bit of what the UAE is doing is bringing science and technology and innovation back to this region. So I see it takes time for it to grow, but every day I see it better and better.
When I started becoming interested, space was, as somebody I think referred to earlier, was really the battlefield, if you like, between the USA and the Soviet Union, and really there weren't other serious players. Then gradually over time, as I started to be involved, Europe, through the European Space Agency, became a serious player, and Japan and China. And so really the picture can change and does change, and will continue to do so.
Thank you. Any more questions? If we have parents in here, you can ask, what can my kid do to become an astronaut? I think that's probably the most common question. Oh, right there.
Hi, well, it's, hello. John, in the morning you asked a question that was, there were two questions. One was, what would we do if an asteroid was coming towards the Earth? Which you have not answered, which is what I'm asking now. What do we do? Because you've answered the second part of the question, which is the alien life, and we've said, yes, we believe you. So what are we prepared if there's an asteroid hurling towards the Earth? Thank you.
They're all worried now, John. You gotta tell them.
Are we prepared? I mean, in my view, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. You know, that if you look at certain bodies in the solar system, the moon or Mercury, you know, bodies that don't have an atmosphere, don't have tectonic activity, which tends to, you know, smooth out signs of impacts. The moon and Mercury are just covered with impact craters. So, you know, the solar system is actually quite a violent place where these impacts can occur. So another one will happen. Will it be tomorrow, or will it be in 50,000 years? That's what we don't know. So I don't want to scare you, but, you know, there is hope on the horizon. A couple of years ago, NASA had the first attempt at something very crude in a way, which was smashing a spacecraft into the surface of an asteroid. It was called the DART mission. And so that happened. And we have been able, with you know, sophisticated ground-based telescopes, actually to measure the deflection of the asteroid. So its orbit was changed minutely. But the point is, if you have enough warning, i.e. 10 years or something like that, you only need to deflect the asteroid by a relatively small amount, you know, change its speed by centimeters per second, and you can deflect it enough so that it'll miss the Earth. So, and in fact, ESA, the European Space Agency, is building a craft right now to go to this very asteroid that NASA impacted, to look close up, to better understand, you know, the impact process so that, you know, we can understand these objects better and you know, should the worst happen, we would be in a good position. What I would like to see, actually, is to have a set of satellites sitting somewhere in warehouses ready to go. You know, for me, it's just sensible insurance. And, you know, if you're talking about the destruction of all life on Earth, it's not a big price to pay.
Satellite army, we're going to think about that. Any more questions? We have a couple of minutes left. Okay, I want to thank the panelists for joining us today and for enlightening us with this wonderful conversation. Thank you.
And with that, we have had our last discussion on the stage for the day, but you are welcome to stay with us outside for a little while longer. I'm going to attempt to wrap together everything we've heard today. However, the incredible artists we've had on the side have probably done a much better job than I could ever do. So I want to thank them. You will have here captured all of our discussions, although I did see that our artist stopped for a moment when Joe pulled up the picture of Adele. And she thought, how on earth am I going to be able to illustrate that? So I saw you pause, and I respect you for continuing and charging on. So we started our day talking about, of course, connectivity, why we are here. But we also heard from Minister Anwar al-Ulama about wealth, knowledge, or network. Which one is more important? And he rightly said that His Excellency Mohammed Gargawi had told him network. And I have to tell you, today is an example of how, as long as you've got the right network, you can bring together some incredible forces. So really, today is a result of the Nationals network of friends, contact sources, and those interested in ideas and idea generation. His Excellency also spoke about cutting red tape and laying out the red carpet for talent in Dubai, but really in general in our lives, we need to cut out more of the red tape and roll out the red carpet to those we can build connections with. I have to say, this was a hopeful day. We heard about hope for climate action, and Her Excellency Razan Barak, Gavin Essler, and Catherine Garrett-Cox really laid out the possibilities today. Climate action today is more possible than ever before because the money is there, technology is there, the science is there. However, do we have enough of the global political will? And that will be the challenge, of course, when we all gather for COP28 here in the UAE. But we also heard their hope that young people are making demands for climate action, and that is a global phenomenon. Again, a connectivity, a sense of purpose to come together for a better environment and a better world for us in the future. We heard also how data is at the heart of understanding audiences from Stefan in his session about strategic intelligence and how we can bring that data together, understanding the complexity of problems ahead of us, but also, of course, in Joe's session about audiences. So we've got all this data. What do we do with it? That strategic intelligence and peripheral. Strategic periphery. Where are you, Stefan? Is that right? Strategic periphery. So I want you, when you go back to your jobs or in your homes on Monday, I'll give you the weekend to think about it, really to map out. Take the challenge that Stefan put for us and map out what for you in your lives, what you hope to achieve. What is that map that you can draw? What are those networks that you can pull on? What are the risks that might be in the periphery, but also those opportunities that you can pull together in making your strategic decisions? We heard also about the importance of physical space in order to make connections. Vilma and James both gave us a lot of food for thought about how we can use a physical space to create community, to create new norms, to create new regulations. So the challenge for us also is thinking about the physical spaces we're in, be it the newsroom, be it the boardroom,
be it a sanctuary for animals, and how that changes the realities of those who are impacted. Gavin Esler, in his opening remarks, spoke about 6 degrees of separation. I love that point because I think sometimes we had forgotten about the point of how we can connect. And I hope today gives you 1 degree of separation from the national, but also from each other. So do make sure that you are connected when you leave here. But the idea of information, I thought we had a great discussion with Nart Boran, with Anthony Nakash, and Rajan Arisetti, because the conversations around what we do with data is not only in terms of consumption of data, but also in industry-wide, and of course, the commercial question that we, I think, will never really solve because that tension is going to continue, but how we think about it and how we broach it. And I like what Auntie said, that we want successful publishers. Hear, hear. May we always have successful publishers that can bring you together and that can inform you. But more than anything, what struck me throughout our day is how fortunate we are, that we are amongst perhaps a very small crop of people who can engage, converse, spend time together and learn. And there are so many others who don't have these opportunities. So I think it's incumbent upon all of us to make part of our purpose, to share these ideas, share the idea of connectivity, networks that can benefit others. And I think, more than anything, the fortune that we have that so much more is possible today. Space exploration, we heard from His Excellency Salim and Professor John in their conversation with Sarwat about what is possible today and the leapfrogging that we have made in the last 2 to 3 decades and what will come in the future. So there is that much more access. I want to thank our incredible team at the National for helping us pull this together, but also IMI, our champion parent company that allows us to do stuff like this, even though they're like, really, we need you to be focusing on the Arab Summit and the G7. And yet I chose that today, when the G7 is happening and the Arab Summit is happening, these conversations would actually benefit us more in the long term. So thanks to IMI, and thank you to everybody that helped put this together, including, of course, Abu Dhabi Energy Center for hosting us, and of course, our speakers who came from many different parts of the world, but actually found out that we have a lot in common, more than we anticipated. And thank you to those of you who joined us here, physically in person, those of you online, and thank you to our readers, our audiences, our listeners, and our viewers that keep the National going for the last 15 years, and inshallah, for many, many more years to come. Thank you for being here.